No other creature in the world looks like a half-plucked turkey and walks like a pot-bellied bear.
present to you the top 10 weirdest looking dinosaurs. I want to state the obvious and tell you that I'm going to be butchering the names of these dinosaurs. In at number 8, we have the Tradoon.
In 1856, the fossilized teeth of a small dinosaur were discovered in Montana. The species was aptly named Troodon, which means wounding teeth.
Tradoon.
When evolution passed out the stealth gene, Troodons lucked out.
Tradoon.
This drawer contains almost all of the North American identified specimens of Troodon.
Troodon was every inch the predator, with razor-sharp serrated teeth and large, hook-like claws. Troodon probably fed on our ancestors, the early mammals. Troodon may have posed a greater threat to mammals than any other predator on Earth. The Troodon was suddenly cut down in its prime.
Tradoon.
Well, hello, everybody. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. And Happy New Year's. Whether you're watching live right now, hello, everybody in the chat, or whether you're watching in the future, in the year 2026 or beyond, I'm glad you're here. Welcome. It is 3:08 p.m. here in the San Francisco Bay Area in coastal California. We're going to have a fun, casual New Year's Eve stream today, or tonight, or this morning, or whatever time it happens to be, whenever you're watching this, in whatever time zone. So already New Year's, Happy New Year's. If it's not yet, then Happy New Year's Eve. Glad you're here. If anybody's here for the very first time, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. As a paleontologist, I study fossils. As a dinosaur paleontologist, I work on dinosaur fossils in particular. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, and what I dig up during the field season, too. We spent 11 weeks in the field this year, digging up fossils and collecting data and streaming whenever possible. And Urgle Wurgle, holy cow, thank you for those 20 gift subs there. Holy moly. Urgle Wurgle, thank you for that. Holy cow. Sorry the alert got tripped up here, but really appreciate that. I hardly know what to say. Thank you for your generosity. There are 20 different viewers who won't have to worry about seeing any ads at all on this channel for the next month, thanks to your generosity, and I appreciate that very much. I know they do too. Thank you for that. Believe it or not, this is how I make my living. This is how I pay the bills, is doing live broadcasts, doing science outreach like this online. Thank you for helping make that possible, Urgle Wurgle. This is what funds my research and fieldwork and travels and everything else, and I'm incredibly grateful for the opportunity. Yeah, holy cow. We are going to be talking about the famous dinner in the Iguanodon today, and among whatever else you happen to be curious about. But this was one of these, we'll most legendary occurrences in the annals of dinosaur science. The famous dinner in the Iguanodon. New Year's Eve 1853, meaning 1853 going into 1854. So I guess it would have been New Year's 1854, but anyway. There we are. The dinner in the Iguanodon. We'll be talking about this, and it's gonna be a lot of fun. Whenever you talk about New Year's in the context of dinosaur paleontology, this is what springs to mind. So it's appropriate that we're talking about it on today's stream. And Trick Track says, thanks for being on for UK New Year's. Absolutely. This occurred in England at Sydenham Park in what, South London? New Year's Eve 1853. Yeah. So, glad you're here. And then, of course, this being a live broadcast with the live chat, any questions you happen to have, anything you're curious about, anything you'd like to explore further, just let me know. It's the beauty of interactive live streams like this is it's more of a conversation than it is a lecture or a performance, you know? We can sit here and chat together. It's the magic of Twitch, you know? So I'm glad you're here. Ride Batard, Tarbosaurus. Alberto Venator Curry Eye. Scolosaurus color. Oh boy, you're just full of puns, Crimson. Do you have a list of these somewhere? I think I saw Scolosaurus in person for the first time. Was it Scolosaurus at the NHM? I think it was. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. I got to see this in person when I visited the NHM last month. And it still is last month until midnight. It was November. We're still in December for the next couple hours here. But yeah. I miss nuggets. There you go. Chicken mimic nuggets. I appreciate that, Crimson. And look who it is. Mini Pie. Does Minnie got a new collar on? Oh, look at that. No? Not a new collar. Okay. How you doing, Mini Pie? This is one of our landlords here. Come to say hello. Look, the Crystal Palace Iguanodon has taken pride of place here. We can move that for now. You ready for your close-up? Oops, I'm sorry, Minnie. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to bump you with the microphone. Where are you going? Hey. Hey, don't mess up my camera. I was trying to mess up both of the cameras. You're a menace. My goodness. What are you doing? What are you doing? Alright, we gotta pay the landlord here before we can commence the stream. Before we can celebrate New Year's, huh? Huh? Yeah. Oh. Minnie's really happy because all three of her people are home right now. I just got home a little while ago, and Lordy's home too, so... Yeah. Aren't you lucky? Aren't you lucky? Yeah. Yeah. Alright. It's the 31st of the month. Time to pay rent, huh? What do you think? Smell good? Oh yeah. Nice. And Claire Burr, there you go. The celebratory, well, it's not bubbly actually. The closest thing I could find was white wine, so that's what we've got. But we will make sure she doesn't knock that over or stick her tail in it. Look, you got more here. You gonna eat those? You slobbered all over them. There you go. Yeah. Good stuff. Oh, and there she goes. Well. Ladies and gentlemen, Mini Pie. And Musa Muso says, Happy New Year from the future. I hope the future's going well so far. Any updates from the future? How's 2026? I hope it's good. Anyway, it's good to see you. Before I forget, let's do a post to Blue Sky. And, my shirt is all messed up. That's okay. Alright, screenshot. Let's see if that's usable. No, we could do better than that. There. There we are. That'll work. Let's use it. Oh, you know what? No, we could do better than that. What am I thinking? Here we go. That's what we want there. There we go. Save that. And holy cow, Reganation, a Ko-Fi donation. What is this? Give me just a minute. Let me get this posted. And, take a gander at that. There we go. Happy New Year. Bringing in 2026 with a, there we go. Merp. Celebration of the famed dinner in the Iguanodon. As well as whatever as well as the usual paleontology Q&A we always get up to. Join us at twitch.tv/paleontologizing. Paleontologizing was good. Alright, Twitch. Screenshot of me in my office. Except this time I'm in the clay mold. As Americans, do we still spell mold like mold and cast with a U? I want to say that's a... Is it mold or mold? Regional spelling for the same word. Yeah, okay, yeah. We don't put a U in as Americans. It's good to check. Yeah. I think mold is mold. There you go, Claire. Yeah. Yeah. Standing Iguanodon. Yeah. Like in the famous NYE 1854 tableau. Good enough. And paleontologizing, no typos detected.
Hold on to your butts.
Let's post it. There we go. And here is a link if you'd like to engage with that. Good. All right, we remember to do Blue Sky. We can't forget to do Metazoa, but we'll get to that in a bit. Excuse me. Muso says, Americans hate you. Only some of them hate me. But we don't talk to those ones, do we? Cheers. Yeah. And a very happy new year to everybody. Little Bigfoot, how are you doing? Hello, hello. I don't ever hate you, says Little Bigfoot. That seems impossible. You'd be surprised. I don't know. A lot of young Earth creationists don't seem to like me very much. Yeah. And Sicarato says, Finns, love you and your streams, brother. I appreciate that, Sicarato. Thank you for the kind words. Feeling is mutual. Appreciate you. All right, let's get into what we were going to talk about today.
That's
All right. So as usual, we are going to imbibe the wisdom of a crocodile puppet as we're learning about the early history of dinosaur paleontology.
Plato's journey from London that the first dinosaur to be identified by man was found. That's because over 100 million years ago, back in the Mesozoic age.
And the Ko-Fi. Yes, thank you. Sorry, Reagan Nation. Ko-Fi. Appreciate you. And what is this? Scrap Metal Dragon. Well, well, well. 6 months of support right there. And look at that. Aww. Oh, look at those chickens. Scrap Metal Dragon, thank you so much for the 6 months of support. 6 months, and now I'm riding into the new year, listening to dinosaur stuff while playing space games. Well, I hope you win the space games. It's good to have you here, Scrap Metal Dragon. Thank you for the continued support. Holy cow, Reagan Nation. I don't even know what to say. That is incredibly generous of you. I am... Thank you. Holy cow. I really appreciate that, Reaganation. Reaganation says, thank you for all the information you give out freely every year. You make a difference. Thank you for making that possible, Reaganation, with your generous support. Thank you. I'm deeply grateful. Let's get some applause here for Reaganation. That's a significant chunk of change, and that's... Reagan Nation, just using that, I should be able to pay for mobile data. So that we can do IRL live streams in either January or February, or maybe crossing from one month into the other. I'm deeply grateful. Thank you very, very much. We've got some exciting stuff coming up. It's gonna help me improve the stream and take it to new places. Very excited about that, Reagan Nation. Thank you, thank you. Holy cow. So much time into teaching us all. I mean, that's the thing, Reagan Nation, is if I'm so lucky that there are people like you supporting these broadcasts and making it possible for me to make a living doing this. But I don't know, if I were independently wealthy or something, if I didn't have to worry about money, I would be doing this sort of thing anyway, you know? Not to discourage anybody from giving. That's not what I mean. What I mean is that I feel so lucky to be able to do science outreach like this full time and conduct scientific research and field work and everything else and make a living doing that, you know? If I didn't have to worry about money at all, I would still be doing this or something similar, you know? So I guess I say that to emphasize that I am deeply grateful for your support. And I'm so lucky that I get to do this. Thank you for making it possible. Yeah. And not a life-changing amount of money, Little Bigfoot, but a nothing to sneeze at. Holy cow, it's very kind of you, Reagan Nation. I'll be able to pay for 1 month of mobile data using that, and yeah. I'm so excited for the new year because not only do we have exciting things coming up that are scheduled, but there's things that I need to schedule out. Yeah, here we go. New Year's stream. That's today. In January, yeah. There's a few people whom I've reached out to about doing special travel live streams with. And they said, you know, we're very, very busy until January, essentially. They said, get back to us after New Year's. And I can't wait to do that. We might be doing some traveling in January and February. And I'm really excited to start solidifying these plans. I can't tell you anything yet. Don't want to count any chickens before they're hatched or before the eggs are even fertilized. But suffice it to say, there are exciting things on the horizon, and you're not going to want to miss them. And your donation there, Reagan Nation, is going to make that that much easier for me to be able to travel and stream from some different destinations. So I really appreciate it. Yeah, I'm not building a Death Star. Although if I would I tell you? I don't know. A lot of things would have to be very different. Anyway, we are about to be taught by this crocodile puppet about the early history of dinosaur paleontology in the UK. This feeds into what we're talking about today, so let's listen in to this wise creature.
Mind you, it is a very special kind of Earth because...
And holy cow, 28 gift subs from Reagan Nation that got us to our sub goal for the week. Look at the size of that donation there. Reagan Nation, thank you so much. You did not have to do that. That is superb. And thank you, Hogan, for the 100 bits there. 28 chatters. just got the gift of no ads for the next month. Plus, they'll get to use all the emotes that they want from this channel all across the Twitch platform. So thank you, Reaganation. That's very generous of you. Really appreciate that. We made our sub goal for last few days of 2025. Cheers, Reaganation. You've been extraordinarily generous, and I appreciate that more than you know. Holy cow. Yeah. Good stuff. Excellent. Yeah. Amazing science community, says Plane Shifter. And that's the thing, is that, like, you know, me sitting here in my office, I'm only a small part of this, you know? It's the community that makes this special. That's, you know, what makes this what it is. The chatters and the subscribers, the gifters and the cheerers, the moderators, they are the backbone of this community. You know, I could be here talking to a camera with nobody watching. And, you know, let's be realistic about this. That is the majority of what's on Twitch. When you go and you actually scroll through these different categories, you scroll way down to the bottom, and, like, it's something like 95% of Twitch is just one person playing a game or doing something like that, and then there's maybe, if they're lucky, one person in the chat. That is the vast majority of Twitch. It's something like, I don't know the exact stats, but I think it's well over 95% of live broadcasts have one or fewer viewers. We've got 151 people in here right now, give or take. And these are some of the most generous and engaged people anywhere on the platform. And I'm incredibly grateful that people are so jazzed about science, about natural history, about the world around us. You know? And what we can learn of it through the fossil record. I'm very grateful. Yeah. And there is definitely like a childlike wonder around this scrap metal dragon. Absolutely. Yeah. And thank you, Golganek, for the 100 bits. We're approaching a level 5 hype train here, it looks like. Excellent. Yeah. Oh yeah, and Lenina, of course, the lurkers. I feel like lurkers are usually content to lurk and not be shouted out, but sometimes I still feel compelled to thank the lurkers for doing what they do. Getting those viewership numbers up, it's a big deal, you know? I'm grateful. Crimson says, "You're talking to no one. We're a figment of your imagination, and you're still wandering the Utah desert, having descended into madness." Yeah, I've run out of water. Delirium is kicking in. This is all just in my head. Oh, boy. You know, but... And holy cow, Lenina, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Really appreciate that, Lenina. Appreciate that very much. Thank you. You did not have to do that, Lenina. I really appreciate that. Thank you. That's the little pinch that I need to let me know that I'm still awake, you know? And thank you, Reagan Nation. Another gifts up there to Antifint. I appreciate that, Reagan Nation. Ms. Blue Sky says, "We're all small pieces of mulch and rocks arranged carefully behind a larger rock that is your camera." Well, but if that were the case... Well, you know when they say you shouldn't wake a sleepwalker?
Though it may not seem like much, 500 bits goes a long way
Thank you,
towards
Ariana
supporting
Celestine.
science outreach here on Twitch.
I appreciate that. I can't even get, like, an idea out there and do a silly joke where I make the screen go black. I was gonna do that, but we just keep getting all of this support, so I'm just gonna be earnest and say thank you for the support. I'm not even gonna make a
That
jokey little
gives
skit out of
the
it.
history of life.
Thank
It's
you.
very quirky, fortuitous. chancy character. We are literally here only because of the good fortune of dinosaur extinction.
P.A. Chanis, thank you for the 7 months of support there. Really appreciate that. And Golganak, 5 gift subs there. You did not have to do that, Golganak. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. And Ariana Celestine, no ideas, only support. Thank you for the 100 bits there, Ariana.
Oh, what time and oh, what fun. Playing tag with your Iguanod.
Thank you, thank you. Happy New Year's to you too, upstairs down. Superb. Oh boy. Appreciate you all. Holy moly. We've got 2.5 minutes, a little bit more to try and get to a level 6 hype train here. Excellent. Yeah. Where were we?
That's because over 100 million...
Detectives, in a sense, that part of the joy of our field is being able to go out and put together clues that sometimes extremely obscure.
Thank you, upstairs down, for the 2 gift subs there. Really appreciate that. And thank you, Reaganation, for the 10 gift subs. There are 10 chatters who are almost as excited, I think, as this Tinamou bird right here. You know, try and contain that excitement if you can, because, Get out of there! It's shoot! Holy cow.
It was like you go to the shoe store and they're like, maybe we have it in the back, and it was like all the fossils back there. It was pretty sick.
It is pretty sick. Thank you, Tactical Sponge, for the 60 months of support. Holy moly.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
Reaganation, thank you for gifting upstairs down. I don't even know what to say, Reaganation. Except Happy New Year. And thank you for your incredibly generous support. Eventually we'll get to our dinner and the Iguanodon stuff, but
Tradoon.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
You know what we should do before we get to that, actually? We should do some New Year's resolution stuff. While we've got our core community here, before we get a big raid or something like that, we should talk about New Year's resolutions for the channel. And I would like some feedback from all of you on that, too. You know? This is a community endeavor, and I think we should talk about it as a community. Moobot got a sub. Excellent. Yeah. No ads for Moobot. Thank you, Reaganation, for gifting Moobot there. Really appreciate that. You know, when I first saw Moobot, I thought it was Moo Hoodles' personal chatbot, which would have been cool, but no. Can we get a shout out for Moo Hoodles, by the way? Nope, somebody doesn't know what I'm talking about. Who I'm talking about? She also does science outreach here on Twitch. She's based in Utah. She does astronomy and astrobiology and talks a bit about sharks too. But you should check her out if you've not yet done so. Yeah. And it's not, no, that's not Moo Hoodles, it's personal bot. Thank you, upstairs down. Paying it forward, gifting Gravity 6-3. Good aim there. That is a core community member. Thank you, upstairs down. Appreciate that. And Golganek says, thank you, Danny. It's been a year. Oh boy. Yeah, it's been a year. Here, hang on. 2025. It has been a year, hasn't it? Now, and we're going to talk about how we're going to make 2026 better. Hoping for a better 2026? Yes, indeed, upstairs down. You and me both. Mayor Spaces, these years just keep on happening. We gotta do something about that, you know? Anyhow.
These plant eaters or herbivores had
Heptacularaptor.
2,000 teeth in their jaws at one time.
Thank you for the 39 months, Heptacularaptor. I'm glad you enjoyed the music, Claire. Yeah. And thank you. Reaganation, another 10 gift subs there. Look at this. This bird sharing some of the enthusiasm of the 10 chatters who just received a gift sub. Look how excited you've made them. Get out of there, it's gonna blow! I swear that just keeps happening. And there we go. Petrodactylus, 5 gift subs. Thank you, Petrodactylus. I really appreciate that. Holy cow. Thank you. Yeah. Good stuff.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
Reaganation gifting Raptor Wrens. That's funny. Wrens, as a type of passerine bird, they are Maniraptoran dinosaurs. So it's a very appropriate username there. Thank you, Reaganation. Where were we? Oh yeah. Anywho, if and when this hype train subsides, we will get into New Year's resolution stuff. We'll see when that happens, if it does. Thank you, Anonymous Gifter. You are as generous as you are mysterious, and I appreciate you for it. Holy cow. Thank you, Anonymous Gifter. You didn't have to do that. Holy moly. Wrens are one of the UK's smallest birds. Are they?
It's like
now?
you go to the
Very
shoe
cool.
store and they're like, maybe we have it in the back, and it was like all the fossils back there. It's pretty sick.
It is pretty sick. Thank you, Trek Nerd. Trek Nerd says, Happy New Year, which I'm sure will be full of amazing discoveries. It will be. I think maybe tomorrow we'll do a 2025 in review kind of stream, looking at maybe some of the, at least the new dinosaur taxa, genera and species that were published in 2025.
Really spectacular.
It was one bright spot in a year that was otherwise not the best. Sketchy Tracks, thank you for the gift sub there. And Reaganation, another 20 gift subs. Holy cow. I don't even know what to say. Astonishing. We're at 168 out of 100.
Reptiles owned the skies, the land, and the sea. And the greatest of all the reptiles were the dinosaurs.
Thank you, Invisible Dimensions, for the 36 months of support. Really appreciate that. Project Orion, what a cool name. They got a gift sub from Reaganation, too. Excellent. Yeah. Superb. Yeah. Greatest level was 13, says Gravity. We'll see. I don't know. We're at level 8 now? On our way to a level 9? Very close to a level 9 now. Thank you, Urgle Workle. What? Thank you. Holy cow.
It's the last time I'll play with a dinosaur.
Thank you, Urgle Worgle. 20 gift subs. 20. Not 1, not 5, not 10. 20. And Anonymous Gifter is gifted Indo. I appreciate that, Anonymous Gifter. Indo. Is that Indo... Indosuchus? Indohyus? There's so many different cool fossil critters with the prefix Indo. I think Indosuchus is probably an abelosaur.
It made reptile history.
Thank Reaganation 5 more there.
Began the dinosaur dynasty.
Thank you, Reaganation. Holy moly. Level 9 complete. I don't even know what to say. Shoot. Thank you, Reaganation. It was originally going to be Indominus Rex, but after a while I chose to just shorten it. I'm not the biggest fan of made-up dinosaurs. I prefer the real ones that we have fossils of, so that's cool, Indo. There's a dinosaur called Indosuchus that is a real dinosaur.
Third, it may not seem like much. 500 bits goes a long way towards supporting science. I'll tweet here on Twitch.
Ariana Celestine, thank you so much for the 100 bits there. And Figment Pudding, 500 bits. Thank you for that. We're on our way to a level 10 now. 14 at 13% was your max. Really, Gravity? Do you think we can beat that? I don't know. That's a tall order, because I feel like it gets progressively more difficult to hit each of these as you continue, but we might. Spartan, holy moly. 20 gift subs there from Spartan.
It's the last time I'll play with dinosaurs.
Exquisite. Thank you.
If you're feeling a bit cheated,
Holy
try
moly.
blading the dinosaur.
And thank you, Double Nickel, for the 100 bits. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Spartan. 20 gift subs there. 20. You know what that's like? That's as many as 2 10s. You know? It reminds me of this. People love comic book movies, right? When are they going to make a movie about this? Spartan gifted 20 subs. You gifted 20 subs. That's as many as 2 10s, and that's wonderful. You know? 2 old 10s, Spartan. For all I know, all the superhero movies are like this, actually. It's been a long time since I've seen one of them. But I really appreciate that. And holy cow. Hey, wait, that's 50 there. Reaganation.
It's the last time I'll play with dinosaurs.
We're now 65% of the way to a level 11 hype train. How far is this gonna go? Holy cow. Upstairs Down says, Reaganation, are you sure? Incredible stuff. I don't know what to say. Reaganation, you are... I appreciate you more than I can say. Are you being contacted by your bank yet? I really appreciate it. I really, really appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah. For science. I will do my very best to continue to provide the highest quality science outreach that I can throughout the coming year, and you're making it easier to do that, Reaganation, through your support. We've got travel coming up. We've got interviews with a bunch of other cool paleontologists and other scientists and science folks. We've got some exciting stuff coming up with SVP next year. I can't wait. It's going to be really good. But yeah, hitting the Hunzies by degrees, says Golganak. I know, right? Yeah. An RC Maniac got a gift sub there. Excellent. I'm so glad to hear that. Yeah. And Beekeeping It Real. Got one from Spartan. Brilliant. Yeah. Excellent. And E11, 7 streams. Nice. Nice. 365 gift subs in one a day. There you go, Golganak. Yeah. Diamond encrusted sun helmet. Oh no, Pimcat. No, I've been thinking about doing another trip to, maybe to North Dakota, like we did last year. Go visit Denver and Liz. But I wasn't sure I could afford that. That might be a possibility now. Yeah. Happy New Year, as I like to say, Jumanji. And a very Jumanji to you too, Cowardly Brave. Thank you. Cheesy bean and rice burritos. Yes, indeed, Steely.
Really
Look how it is.
spared no expense.
And thank you, Anonymous Gifter, gifting the Cowardly Brave. Appreciate that. And again, I will say, Cowardly Brave, Jumanji to you. Yeah. Yeah. And Denver is in Colorado. Well, I know you're joking there, Ms. Blue Skies. We were talking about paleontologist Denver Fowler, Dr. Denver Fowler, and Liz Friedman Fowler, who are at the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in Dickinson, North Dakota. But I'm also going to be visiting Denver, Colorado in February. And it looks like we should be able to afford mobile data to do that now. February. Looks like I'll be in Colorado for those days in mid-February. So very excited about that. Yeah. It looks like I'll be able to stream from there now. Yeah. Partial board Game of Madness. There you go, Cowardly Brave. Yeah.
And it's therefore likely that we're here today because,
11 months.
by the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had been dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
Thank you for helping me avoid extinction myself for the past 11 months there, Demon Prince. They say Happy New Year and a lot of great and interesting science to you all. Thank you, Demon Prince. Thank you very much. And thank you, everybody. That is an incredible hype train there. Level 11 at 70%. 199 gift subs. Wow.
Oh, baby, a triple! Oh, yeah!
More than a triple. 199. And how many bits? 1,600 bits. Again, just... Wow. That sound alert sounds almost sarcastic. I mean this with the utmost earnestness. Thank you so much, everybody who contributed to that. Holy cow. I appreciate that more than you know. And what a great way to wrap up 2025, you know? This community is so amazing. I am consistently astonished. Thank you, everybody. You know, in a year where science has taken a lot of knocks, you know, science funding has been gutted here in the United States in 2025, and it's been a really dark time for a lot of my friends and colleagues, and to know that there are people here who are passionate about learning, they're passionate about science, about natural history, and they want to share that with everybody. I am deeply grateful for that. And thank you everybody who's contributed, everybody who's been here, everybody who's told their friends about these broadcasts or watched, commented, or whatever. Just being here is a lot. The internet is a big place, and there's so many different things going on. And the fact that there are almost 200 people here watching right now, that really means something, you know? That's something to be really proud of. And I'm humbled by that, you know? People tune in day after day to hang out with me and talk about the history of life on Earth. It's pretty special, you know? And I don't ever want to take that for granted. I'm deeply grateful from the bottom of my heart. Thank you, everyone. It means a lot. It really does. How are you doing, science streams? I'm glad we already got a shout out for you. Happy New Year to you, Belinda and Lita, and the kiddos and the cats and everybody. Yeah. But I'm here, so don't get too excited, says Copernicus Cat. Okay, fair. Why don't we talk a little bit about New Year's resolutions? Because before we get into our big topic today, the Crystal Palace dinosaurs and the famous dinner in the Iguanodon on New Year's Eve, excuse me, 1853 or 1854, depending on how you count it. Let's talk about our own New Year's resolutions here for this channel, because I've got a few. Let's talk about that a bit. All right. Paleontologizing resolutions 2025. So I'm going to show you my list from last year, and we will go through it. Let me embiggen this properly. There we go. So, I had lofty ambitions for this year. Some of them we achieved, and some of them we certainly did not. But let's talk about them, shall we? It's nice to kind of do the year in review. So, Paleontologizing Resolutions 2025. What did we achieve, and what did we miss? So the first one was have consistent guest appearances. Well, shoot, I would say we achieved that. Took a little while, but yeah. We're on the path now to doing consistent interviews with other paleontologists through an official collaboration with SVP, the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. So, I'll say, have consistent guest appearances. Ding ding. We got that one. That is a win. So yeah, check indeed. Resume dinosaur deep dives. Did we do that? We did not. So that one is a loss. We should probably do that again next year. So I'm going to leave that one on here, and then we can make a copy of this document, and we'll start off our New Year's resolutions for 2026 rather. So yeah, and so much happened there wasn't really any time for them. Yeah, and that's the thing, is that I have a habit of letting the perfect be the enemy of the good sometimes. I'm like, well, if we're gonna do this, I really gotta do it right. And then I come up with so many different things I want to work into it, and it just turns into a project that's too big to succeed. And that's kind of what happened with the dinosaur deep dive. So I might need to rethink that concept for 2026, but I do want to do that next year. I think dinosaur deep dives was a cool thing. For those of you who are not familiar with this, because it was a couple years ago that we did this, dinosaur deep dives were a channel point redeem. And so you could save up your channel points, and then once you have enough, you could request that we do a deep dive on a certain dinosaur, a certain genus or species. And I would tell you what I know about this animal. We'd look at some of the original scientific literature. We'd look at any depictions in pop culture, if any exist. And we just kind of, you know, take 10 or 15 minutes to talk about that dinosaur. And it was something that people got really excited about, but it was a lot of work to put together, to do that day after day after day. And I need to come up with a nice streamlined way to do that for next year. So we, I think we'll do that at some point. But it's gonna take some work. So maybe that's one of the things I can work on this weekend, is trying to get that ready so that we can start doing dinosaur deep dives again in 2026. And I also think it would be really cool to be able to take those snippets and post them on YouTube, or even on TikTok or something like that. Maybe it means that we just compress it down to 2 minutes or something like that. That might make it a little easier on me. And it would be nice and compact so that you could post it to those other platforms, and yeah. I think that would be neat. So we might do that. Yeah. And Derizon Detra says, Happy New Year, and Happy New Year to you as well. Here. Cheers. Happy New Year. We'll be getting into our dinner and the Iguanodon stuff a little bit later after we finish up with the resolutions. And Ms. Blue Sky says, Dino speed run, dinosaur deep dive, but frantic pace. That was kind of one of the concepts that I had for a while. And yeah, in fact, I'd even started building a little bit of infrastructure for that. Here we go. I was thinking maybe we could use... Oh, well, there's even a dinosaur there. Use maybe this song as kind of a backdrop. Quite a length to this. Wow, she is good. Holy cow. So we want to do that at a frantic pace. Maybe we just play the song in the background. I've got to finish the whole dinosaur deep dive by the time it's over. It's just under 7 minutes. I think that could be fun. Oh, and Jim is here. Jim says, have a great New Year's, everyone. Same to you, Jim. I'm really looking forward to 2026. There's so many exciting things coming up, and I hope you're looking forward to it as well. Thank you so much for hanging out with us consistently throughout the past year. It's been an honor to have you here, Jim, and I'm really grateful. I'm excited to work on some projects with you in the new year. I'll give you a call sometime soon, Jim, and we'll talk about that. Yeah, and I got to figure out what specimens you want me to look at DMNS as well, Denver Museum of Nature and Science. It's gonna be good. Happy New Year to you too, Cloudy Sprite. Glad you're here. Yeah. Where's Susie Maidmont's paper? Yeah, she said that it was gonna probably get published before Christmas, and it looks like the journal has delayed that. but I was gonna send Susie an email tomorrow to ask about it. But yeah. So I was gonna interview her about it on stream. So I gotta touch base with her and see what's up. You know, journals, they love to delay things. It's, yeah. Anyway, good stuff. So yeah, resume dinosaur deep dives for our resolution. We did not do that. Oh, here, what I should do is... We'll put these under success or fail. So have consistent guest appearances. That is here under success. Excellent. And resume dinosaur deep dives is under fail, unfortunately. That'll be one for 2026. What about success or this year? We'll port them over to next year. I like that, Miss Blue Skies, but I could be a little bit pessimistic, you know? So resume dinosaur deep dives was a fail. Here's another thing, startup concepts in context. This was gonna be a thing where I was going to bring up different paleontological concepts for each stream, and we would have that be kind of our theme for the day. I couldn't come up with a good title for it, and I think that's part of why we didn't do this. Is concepts in context it's not catchy. It's not a good name, and I couldn't come up with a better one. So we did not end up doing that either. So I'm going to put that in fail as well. Maybe we'll do that next year, or maybe I'll forget about it. We'll see. And Ms. Blue Sky says, concepts in context is giving textbook. I'm sorry. It really is. It's not a good name. So, yeah. But, make new previously recorded Danny videos? I didn't do that either, but I did a new channel trailer. In fact, I was kind of... I'm not gonna say coerced into doing that, but I did get like a kick in the pants to do that because I needed to provide a little video reel to Twitch for the ambassador announcement. And that was right here.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists. There's Jim there. Audience Q&A. 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. There we go. So, if we're trying to be, kind to myself here, then make new previously recorded Danny videos. Let's put that under success for now. Because why not? I don't know. I could do more next year too. So yeah. And that is spiffy the way they edited your video there. It really is clear, yeah. Yeah. Alright, another resolution I had for 2025 was visit Doctors Denver and Liz Friedman Fowler. I think that's funny. When I sent them a Christmas card, I addressed it that way because it made me chuckle. Doctors Denver and Liz Friedman Fowler. Denver is just Dr. Denver Fowler. Liz is Dr. Liz Friedman Fowler. But you combine them into Doctors Denver and Liz Friedman Fowler. I don't know. it made me chuckle. But I did that. Yeah, so that is a ding, ding, ding success. That was back at the end of January, beginning of February last year. We did a trip out to North Dakota and was able to do a couple of live streams from there too, which was awesome. There we go. This is neat too, the display rather than 2011 would have been my first summer in the field. Yeah. I think hopefully the work
side of the museum.
It closed for a while, and then it was actually purchased by the city of Dickinson, North Dakota. It's now a municipal museum. So we'll be talking a little bit about that. I think it's Doctors DRS dot Blues Guys, yeah. You want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. I'm Denver Fowler. I am the curator here on the dinosaur side of the museum, and I run the field work and basically organize the lab and collections, things like that as well, with some of my staff who'll be here tomorrow.
Yeah, we're really excited about that. I told them we're going to get to meet Steve and see the work in the lab and everything, so very cool. One of the themes on today's broadcast is just going to be how this might not seem like a very large museum, but it punches well above its weight in terms of field work and research and outreach, and I really think, we're going to hit you over the head with that idea today. You're going to see it firsthand. This is a really cool stream, and we did a second stream from the lab and the collections the next day. There is a link to that, so this was a big success. So, visit Doctors Denver and Liz Friedman Fowler in North Dakota. Ding, ding, ding. We did it. Yeah. Get Spinosaur paper published, finally. That was ostensibly the reason why I went to North Dakota, to work on that with Denver, and we did not get that done. So that goes under under fail here, unfortunately. So that's something to work on in 2026. Become Twitch ambassador. Well, that is a big ding, ding, ding. Goes up here in the success category. Very proud of that. Really glad that worked out. You've got the special badge in chat now and everything. So, yeah, good stuff. Deliver multiple exhibits to the Children's Natural History Museum in Fremont, California. Well, let's see. Did we do that? Let's have a look here through our VODs. I'll take a look at some of the fossil exhibits, but I wanted to show. Anywho, let's take a look around, shall we? Oh, here's the gift shop at the beginning, and we're gonna see the Rex skull that I brought first and foremost. Let's just check this out. It is now finished and mounted. Here it is. It was quite the puzzle trying to figure out how to fit this into a 2008 Toyota Prius. But we got it here, and here it is. You can still smell the paint fumes. I was working on this as recently as this morning. Check that out. Get it ready for delivery. Take a look at that. Yeah. So this is the Maximus Tyrannosaurus skull. So this is a commercial specimen. This, to my knowledge, is the first time that this particular specimen has ever appeared in a museum. So the original was dug up on private land by a commercial group, and then it was sold at auction. They were expecting to get like $20 million just for the skull, and they ended up getting about $6 million, which is still vastly overpaid for it, whoever bought it. Oh, yeah. But it's disappeared. It's in a private collection somewhere. Nobody seems to know its whereabouts, but briefly, some files appeared online on a 3D printing website, a scan of the skull, and I was able to scoop those up before they disappeared just a couple days after that. And so with those files, I was able to 3D print this
life-size. And now here it is to be enjoyed by all the visitors to the museum. Right now it's right here in kind of the lobby area. We're going to go upstairs in a moment and take a look at some of the fossil exhibits, but I wanted to show this to you first. We'll return to this, and I can talk about various aspects of the skull. And anyway, good stuff. That was one of the several different deliveries that I made to the museum. Here's a couple of other ones. Try and do this with one hand. Here we go. I don't want to be a menace and be moving. So that baby Triceratops skull, the Camarasaurus skull. There's the ones that not. Here we go for local kids. Earlier. Yeah, that's funny. The signal really drops to nothing right there. We'll wait a minute for the signal to come back. Sorry. Again, I'm pretty sure part of this building acts kind of like a Faraday cage, so we're just losing the Wi-Fi signal. But this lovely dinosaur display right here. And so these were these ones that I delivered have been used in various classes for local kids, and I'm really proud of that. That I was able to contribute something. The Edmontosaurus skull education up here, the baby Triceratops, the theropod eggs, so and the Camarasaurus long-time viewers, you remember this big Edmontosaurus that we were working on. I need to print another one of those to replace it here in my office. I think about a year ago we printed this. So anyway, point is, that resolution is done. Deliver multiple exhibits to the Children's Natural History Museum. That is accomplished. More frequent IRL fieldwork streams, also accomplished. 11 weeks in the field this year. Nearly every day that I was in the field, I was able to stream. So that was a success. Travel more, holy cow, that was a success as well. Went to North Dakota, did 2 different trips to St. George, Utah, a trip to Wyoming, went briefly to Chicago and then to Michigan, and then back to Utah. And there was Puerto Rico in between there too, and then back to Utah again, and then the UK for SVP this year. So travel more is absolutely a success. Holy cow, it was. Good stuff. Do more art on stream. Did we do that? If 3D printing counts, we did a lot of 3D printing, but that's not really what I was thinking. I was thinking more sculpting, 2D art, that kind of thing. So more art on stream. That's probably going to be a fail there, unfortunately. That's another thing to work on next year. A fail ought to be pending. Well, sure, Golgana. We'll do some of these next year. Reach 600 average concurrent viewers consistently. If I hadn't put that pesky consistently right there, we would have gotten this on a couple of different occasions, but that'd also be a fail. It'd be great to have 600 average viewers be the standard here. I'm hoping for that next year as we continue to grow and reach a wider audience and teach more people about natural history, about science. So this is another pending one. Fail for now. Collaborate with other non-science streamers. I didn't really do this either. This is something that I'm going to be doing in the next year. That's a fail for now. Attend the 85th annual SVP in Birmingham. This was a grand success. So I'll put that right there under successes. Figure out what I'm doing at the gym. This is a non-streaming goal. I consistently made myself go to the gym several times a week on average. But I still don't know what I'm doing. So this is also a fail. I need to actually have like a coherent workout plan. I just use the same 6 machines every time. Because like, I don't know. I need to learn what I'm doing there. So this will be another thing for next year. And more streams with Velia. I guess that's a success. We did one stream from TwitchCon with Velia. So I'll put that as a success, I suppose. Although it's that's marginal. I don't know. Need an overburden pile to work out on. There you go, Claire. Yeah. But yeah. World Dirt Fabricator. There you go, Hogan. Maybe. Yeah. And Trick Track says a gym fail is not going. Well, I mean, for the past year and a half, I've built the habit of going to the gym. So showing up is often the most difficult part. I need to actually develop an interest in, like, doing stuff apart from just going, though, you know? I don't know. I've got the consistency down. I need to actually have a plan, though. You know? You know what I mean? I'm so outside of that world that I don't even really know how to talk about it. I'm not a gym bro, you know? I don't think I've ever watched like a single video on, or read a single article on the logic behind the different exercises at the gym or whatever. Like, I need to actually immerse myself in that a little bit. I just find it incredibly boring. But I need to get over that, you know? So yeah, that'll be something I do next year. So, not too shabby overall. I feel like the most important stuff we did. And, yeah. In just a minute, we'll work on new resolutions for 2026. But for right now, oh boy, I think this is almost done here. Yeah. And does your gym have staff who can help? Not really, Biggest Hobbit. There are staff there, but they don't really want to talk to anybody. Yeah. Maybe do some legs, says Annie's. Yeah. Again, I don't have like a coherent plan. I just go there and use the same 6 machines every time. This is our leatherback turtle bobblehead head prototype that is printing right now. It looks like it's going to be done any moment now. And we can test this out. I had to print this one slightly larger so that the spring would actually fit into the aperture on the underside. Yeah. And Little Pink Pony says, I think finding a gym partner would be really helpful. Nobody wants to go with me, though. That's the thing. Oh, it's done. Okay. Let's check it out. Excellent. There's our leatherback turtle head right here. Check that out. It's got the little string from the last bit of filament there. Excuse me. Look how clean that is. Nice. Let's try that on the body and see if it works. And thank you, Nerdowino. Holy cow. 32 months of support. That's almost a whole year. Thank you, Nerdowino, for ontogenzing with us. Appreciate that, Nerdowino. Holy cow. Thank you. Here, let me grab the body here. Can we get a shout out for? Oh, we already did. For Nerdowino. Excellent. I hope you had a pretty good year, Nerdowino. I hope this next one is your best one yet. Any New Year's resolutions to share with us, perhaps? We're gonna do ours in just a few minutes.
Ontogeny.
Here we go. So, here, let me show you what we've been working on.
Tradoon.
So this is a prototype leatherback turtle bobblehead that I have 3D printed. So, it works. The head bobbles. But I kind of feel like when you look at it from the front, it's just not the greatest. It needs more neck or something like that. So I've been trying, you know, printing different heads with various amounts of neck, various sizes, and various angles. Here's a body, and here is the new head that just finished. So let's, first of all, see if this fits. Oh, there we go. Excellent. And okay, that's not the worst. It is very big head on this leatherback. I don't know if you can hear it, but the sides are hitting the carapace there. And that's kind of not ideal. Yeah, it does look better, says Wheels. Okay, nice. This is the right amount of neck, says Claire. Okay, good. Yeah, it does look very... It's funny, I showed this one to my mom. I brought it up when I went to see her a couple weeks ago. And she goes, yeah, it looks nice, but don't you think the head is a little big? I'm like, Mom, it's a bobblehead. What do you mean? It's supposed to have a bit... That's the whole point. Yeah. Anywho. There's that one. Here's this one. Head is even bigger on this one. To the point where it almost wants to topple forward. But, I don't know. I kind of feel like maybe the head's slightly too big. What do you think, chat? Which one do you like better? Old with the smaller head, or new with the bigger head? You have a preference? Let me know. Smaller, bigger? Which one do you like better? I realize it's not an, you know, apples to oranges comparison. They're pretty similar. But, you like smaller, Gravity? VHS James says bigger. Smaller. More neck looks better, says Urgle Wurgle. Problem is they are both good. I think the view from the side should help a bit. Head bigger or head smaller? Smaller is better. Scorch Hellfire says bigger. Wow, I don't know if we have a strong consensus here. Yeah. Wheels says bigger. Helvetica says bigger. Let's do an official poll here. Which leatherback bobblehead prototype do you prefer? Bigger head? Smaller head? 1 minute. Start poll. So again, there. Bigger head, smaller head. What do you think? Printing a third option? I mean, we'll see, Claire. Yeah. We'll see if I could split the difference there, but I just want to see what people prefer right now. Yeah. Smaller one to taper down the head to a neck, that would look better, says Helvetica. I'd like to do that too, just to see, but for right now, I want to see which one people prefer. results. And Biggerhead is winning by a significant margin with 69% of the vote. Nice. Biggerhead. All right. Well. Our champion for today. I'm going to continue to do new iterations of this and continue to refine it. But the goal is for me to be able to give this as a gift to different leatherback turtle scientists and conservationists whom we collaborate with over 2026. And, yeah. Maybe even we'll offer some up for sale as like a leatherback turtle fundraiser at some point. Yeah. And Jim says, done tweaking next week's Raptor and Kylosaur arms race talk for Whip. Certainly needs an update. Nice, Jim. Okay, cool. That'll be awesome. Best of luck with that, Jim. Very cool. Anyway, thank you for humoring me here, chat. Yeah, I should work on tapering the neck down a little bit, though, just so that... I feel like that might help. Anyway, yeah. Shutting down for the year. Enjoy all. Thank you, Jim. Hey. Happy New Year's, Jim. From Benjamin Waterhouse Hawkins Iguanodon. Happy New Year, Jim. I hope this next year is one of your best yet. Cheers. Alright, we'll get into some New Year's resolution stuff. And then we'll talk about the famous dinner in the Iguanodon. New Year's Eve 1853/54. And holy cow, Murph, 20 gift subs there. Thank you, Murph. I really appreciate that. Holy moly, Murph.
It's the last time I'll play with a dinosaur.
Thank you, Murph. 20 chatters won't have to worry about seeing a single ad on this channel for the next month, including VHS James there. Nice. Excellent. Happy New Year to you too, Murph. Thank you. Brilliant. That is excellent. I really appreciate it. Good stuff. All right. Let's do this, Bart. New Year's resolutions 2026. So let's take this. Let's make a copy. It should be... here. There we go. Paleontologizing resolutions 2026. Let's make this a different color.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
There we go. Nice and mint green. Anonymous Gifter, thank you for gifting Trick Tracks. I appreciate that. Anonymous Gifter. Tricked Track. So, thank you. Alright, so our success ones, we can bloop, get rid of those. And for the fail ones, these will be ours for next year. Let's go ahead and delete checked items. Resume dinosaur deep dives. I do think we want to do that. Start up concepts in context. Let's delete that, because I don't have a good name for that yet. Get Spinosaur paper published, finally. Still need to do that. Do more art on stream? We could do that. I'd like to make more emotes and stuff like that on stream. I think that would be fun, maybe. Yeah. I have an embarrassing number of open emote slots. So it'd be nice to get some of those filled over the next year. Reach 600 average concurrent viewers consistently. That's another big goal that I'd like to do. Collaborate with other non-science streamers. I have some tentative plans to do this already. Not tentative. I'm working on that. So that's going to be good. Figure out what I'm doing at the gym. Yep. Do merch drops. Yes. Let's go up to the top, though, and let's add some new ones. With Operation Leatherback, I'm going to say... see a live leatherback turtle in person. I'm hoping I'll be seeing several throughout 2026, but we'll start with one. See a live leatherback turtle in person. If I can stream that, all the better, but we'll see. Yeah. Stream SVP 2026 in Cleveland. This is another one of those things that I'm really excited to do. Put that a little bit further down just because it'll be later in the year. That's in November next year. Care Bear Bonfire says Fossil Expedition Overseas. I've got some invitations to do that, but I'm not sure I'm going to be able to pull that off this year. We'll see. But, yeah. We'll see. Travel a whole bunch. I'm excited for that. And resolution. What would you like to see, chat? Let me know. What's something that you would be interested in viewing? What would you like to see this community get up to? What's the kind of... I almost said content. But that... I kind of don't like that word. It's too generic. It feels... I don't know. What kind of cool stuff would you like to see? Museum visits, says Care Bear Bonfire. Okay. Do some more museum streams. That's a good one, too. I have plans to do this already. So, that should be an easy win there, I think. Thank you, Care Bear Bonfire. An outside trip with the landlords. They're not really outdoor cats. So I don't think we'll be doing that, Trooper, but yeah. We used to do museum visits all the time, Taxart. We'll be doing some more this year. Yeah. Yeah, porch streams, yeah. No, we're not gonna do that, Claire. Here. How about make a real difference, make a real contribution to leatherback turtle conservation. This is one of those ones that's going to be, like, how do you measure that? But it's something that means a lot to me. It's something I really want to do in the next year. And Beard says, Happy New Year from Germany. Happy New Year to you too, Beard. Happy New Year from the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. I don't think it's particularly sunny today, actually. And fact, no, it is not. Here is a live view from the Lawrence Hall of Science live cam in the Berkeley Hills. You can't even see San Francisco, or Berkeley for that matter. It's pretty gray and gloomy outside right now, but that's okay, you know? Anyway, Happy New Year anyway, from the San Francisco Bay Area. Yeah. What else do we want to do in the new year? What would you like to see, chat? Want to fight with a fundraising stream, says Lenina. How much do we want to raise, though? I don't know. I want this to be the sort of thing where at the end of the year we can point to this and go, oh yeah, we did that. Whatever the monetary amount might be, I think we'll do this. Part of it, of our leatherback work, is also, you know, outreach and awareness, so maybe putting a dollar amount on it seems a little mercenary. I don't know. Open-ended goal. I like that, Claire. Yeah. Big bonus points if union-made merch. I mean, that's what I'm hoping for. It's been tricky, though. I've emailed a few different companies that make tote bags, because I really want to do a leatherback turtle tote bag fundraiser event, where I'll actually screen print the tote bags myself, live on stream. That's how I used to make my living, was doing merchandise for different museums in Montana. None of the companies I've reached out to that have, like, made in America tote bags have gotten back to me. I think because they want to do their screen printing in-house. I just want the blank bags, and I can't get any response from them. So I don't know. That's something we got to figure out. I think most of the money is in the printing rather than in the actually producing the raw bags themselves. So I can maybe understand that they wouldn't even give me the time of day. I just it's not always possible. Yeah, but that is important to me. You know, yeah. And Beard Hero says, Happy New Year. The fossils, they just keep getting fossilier. There you go. Yeah. Anywho. Other New Year's resolutions. We can continue this tomorrow. We don't have to spend too much time doing this today. But, yeah. How about, do cool stuff at TwitchCon? Whether that's going to be more roundtable discussions, panels, maybe even a meet and greet, whatever. I got to make sure I focus on TwitchCon this year because I want that to be really cool. So do cool stuff at TwitchCon. That's nice and open-ended. Do merch drops and do fundraising streams for leatherback turtle conservation. I'll put that a little bit higher up too. Maybe that's under make a real contribution. Yeah, it is. Get rid of that. His cat's got 31 baby goats. So it's like you've got your hands full for New Year's already. His cat, nice. Anyway, if you have any other suggestions for resolutions in 2026, let me know. I think I may have had a list already. Let's see if I've missed anything. Oh yeah, there we go. Here's something. I'm glad I checked. Startup Clipping Goat of the Week. This is a thing that I was going to do this past year and just didn't get around to. But of the biggest ways to really grow a community on the internet outside of Twitch is to have clips shared on other platforms. It's a way to bring people in here from across the internet. And I'm very grateful for the clips that people have made, but I don't feel like I emphasize that enough. You know, I don't feel like I've really provided enough incentive for people to figure out the whole clipping mechanism to make good clips. So that's something that I want to do in the next year, is each week have a clipping goat of the week. Clipping greatest of all time of the week. So each week we'll have a different viewer who has clipped a clip, and then, or clipped several clips maybe, but the cumulative number of views on all the clips that they made over the past week, that'll be our metric. So whoever has garnered the most views on their clips in any given week, they are our clipping goat of the week. I'll make a little video sting around this. It'll be fun and goofy. But it's something I should be paying attention to in the next year with an eye to growth, you know? So yeah. Bah, bah, says Otter Do It. Isn't that more of a clipping sheep? What sound do goats make? But yeah. I set a number goal for Metazua streak. We could, Lenina, but oh shoot, we probably already missed our Metazua for the day, didn't we? Because I started stream late today. Clip that. Says Blue Skies, yeah. And same, I think, says Otter Do It. I don't know. There's a song by the band Cake that that espouses that sheep and goats are very different, and that they go to different places. Lenino knows what I'm talking about. Yeah. Anyhow. And it rolled over during the chaos of that massive hype train. You know, that's fine. Yeah. That's all good. Anyway, I think this is good for now. We can talk about this again tomorrow on New Year's Day. But, yeah. Honestly, some of the ones I'm most excited about are CA Live Leatherback Turtle in person. Make a real contribution to leatherback turtle conservation. Stream from SVP 2026 in Cleveland. Do cool stuff at TwitchCon. Yeah. Get that Spinosaur paper published finally. Yeah. Anyhow. And there you go, Lenina. Yeah. Zoo and museum field trip? Yeah. Call me Ollie. Yeah. We will have some of those for sure. I'm excited. And Hogan, nice 2026 bingo card. Oh, we're gonna hope to not just get a bingo, we're gonna hope for a blackout. Every single one of these we're gonna try and hit. So I am stoked. Anywho, yeah. Where were we? All right. We got to get into our topic for the day. And we're going to consult with a very wise crocodile puppet to help get us started here. It being New Year's Eve, we're of course going to be talking about the famous
reptiles owned the skies, the land,
dinner in the
and
Iguanod.
the sea. And the greatest of all the reptiles were the dinosaurs.
Loonisaurus, thank you for the 36 months of support. I really appreciate that. That is phenomenal, Loonisaurus. Thank you, thank you. This was kind of in some sense, the dawn of public enthusiasm for dinosaurs. Was the Crystal Palace dinosaurs here. This started in the UK, in England in particular. And here to tell us about that is a puppet crocodile.
Well, as you can see, despite all my high-flying ideas, I'll
be right back.
Down to Earth again. Mind you, it is a very special kind of Earth because it was here, in this Sussex quarry, just an hour or so's journey from London, that the first dinosaur to be identified by man was found. That's because over 100 million years ago, back in the Mesozoic age, the age of the dinosaurs, there were all kinds of crocodiles and dinosaurs living here where Britain is. That's right. Dinosaurs were right here in England. Mind you, it all looks very different today, though. Just as it did when Dr. and Mrs. Mantell first came across the scene back in 1822.
Dr. Mantell had come to visit a patient of his just along the road. And as it was such a beautifully warm summer's day, his wife Mary had come along for a ride.
Did it quite happen like this? This is kind of an apocryphal story.
Well, she didn't want to be bothered with looking over her husband's shoulder all the time, so
anyway.
off she went for a short walk. But barely had she begun than her attention was drawn to the middle of a pile of rubble being used to mend the road. For there, in the middle of a pile of rough sandstone, was the oddest-looking stone she had ever seen. It was dark brown and shiny, with a smooth, polished surface. And as she looked at it more closely, she suddenly realized what it was.
So I got to see this in person, by the way. Was incredibly lucky to be able to see these original Iguanodon teeth that were discovered by the Mantells. Or maybe not by the Mantells. It may have actually been that the Mantells made their interest in fossils known to the people around them. And so it may have been some workmen in a quarry who actually initially discovered these. And then alerted the Mantells to their presence, but at any rate, here they are in the Natural History Museum in London. The first Iguanodon teeth ever found, which triggered the discovery of the dinosaurs. There they are. So there's the tooth right there, still embedded in the rock here. Truly extraordinary.
The dark brown stone she was holding was a giant tooth, and there were many more crushed together in the sandstone nearby.
Go Crimson.
She rushed to tell her husband of her amazing find.
There could be teeth. Where did you find them?
Down the lane.
And together, they traced the source of the mysterious giant teeth back to a local sandstone quarry. Now, although Dr. Mantell and his wife knew that what they had found were fossils, animal bones that had been in the ground so long that they had turned to stone, neither of them knew for certain the name of the animal the teeth had come from. This was hardly surprising, for ever since the 17th century, people had been finding strange bones and fossils in the soil and stones of the south of England. Some thought them to be the remains of a race of giants that once lived in the area.
If you talk to people on TikTok, some of them still think this. Oh boy.
Others believed them to be all that was left of a mythological collection of devils, dragons, and fairy tale monsters. Well, the Mantells knew a little more than that. They remembered barely a dozen years earlier a girl called Mary Anning, who lived in the Lyme Regis area of Dorset in southern England.
Yeah, Mary Anning. I got to visit the beach at Lyme Regis back in November, and that was an absolutely almost a religious experience. Truly extraordinary. And yeah. Here we go. There's those cliffs there at Lyme Regis. It was like a pilgrimage, Golganek. It really was. And then here's me with the The Mary Anning statue here. Yeah. Pretty extraordinary. Happy New Year to you too, Not Toxic. How are ya? Hope things are good. Yeah.
She had found, amongst other fossils, the complete fossilized remains of a prehistoric fish lizard, the Ichthyosaurus.
And they're even... England was very nice to me. I had a brilliant time. Happy New Year to you too, Starmy. Thanks for being here. Good to see you. So this is all the setup that, like, in the early days, people were still making sense of fossils, trying to figure out what are they?
And
why are they
Dr.
significant?
Mantell knew that, like the lias rock that Mary Anning had found her fossils in, the sandstone rocks surrounding the teeth were very old, going back almost 100 million years. He knew that the teeth must have come from the same period of prehistoric time. But how could a thing as solid as a tooth find its way into something as solid as a rock?
This actually was like a serious question, and people had some wild ideas about that. They're like, well, yeah, how does a tooth get into the inside of a rock? You know, these ideas of deposition and like layers of sediment being compacted to form rock. People didn't. This is a novel idea at the time. People didn't really quite get it, but yeah. Anyhow.
What kind of an animal the fossilized teeth had come from, and what it would have looked like back in the Mesozoic age.
So this is what we're talking about today. So this must be what these looked like in the 80s, I guess. The Crystal Palace dinosaur sculptures. This is our big topic for the day.
I hate to say this, Dill, but you know, Dr. Mantell's strange fossilized creature has come out looking more than a little like you.
Of course it does. That's why he called it an Iguanodon. After a fierce...
That's one of our alerts, by the way.
It does. That's why he called it an Iguanodon.
Iguanodon.
After a fierce iguana lizard that lived in South America, and dont meaning teeth. It wasn't until several years later that people first began to realize that the Iguanodon was just one of the prehistoric reptiles called the dinosaurs.
Anywho. This is the goofy little... This is a big part of my childhood, was this VHS tape that I had that my grandmother got for me. Love you, Nana, if you're watching right now. You got this for me? The Crystal Palace dinosaurs remain legendary to this day. And here's Mike Benton to talk about them. So he's a very well-respected paleontologist. He won the, almost like the Nobel Prize of Vertebrate Paleontology, the Romer Simpson Medal, at this year's SVP, Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. Here he is, a few years back, talking about this. And actually, before we get to this, let's find that other clip to introduce the, there we go.
A year after Buckland named his tooth, a second vital clue was made public.
Is this the same footage?
A young country doctor, so the story goes, was making a house call. His wife came with him. While Dr. Gideon Mantell attended his patient, his wife Mary stumbled upon a second gigantic tooth. But this...
And I like how in this, it's like, well, the lady can't be interested in fossils or rocks, so she must have been doing something more frivolous, like picking berries. And then she just happened to see these rocks. Like, no, she was keenly interested in geology and fossils. She knew what she was looking for, you know? So this has always kind of made me laugh, you know?
Stumbled upon a second gigantic tooth.
Oh, what are these rocks doing here? It's like, no, she would have made a beeline toward those rocks. She and Gideon Mantell were both keenly interested in geology and in, well, fossils. They didn't. The word paleontology didn't actually exist yet when she made this discovery. It was coined in 1830, I think, and this would have been, I think, 1825 that this discovery was made. So before we even had a word for paleontology, you know?
But this tooth, unlike Buckland's, was not the tooth of a killer, but that of an enormous plant eater.
A tooth like this was found first by Gideon Mantell's wife, the first clue of a giant plant-eating dinosaur. Now, what Mantell did, he looked at the tooth. It was lizard-like in form, but it had this grinding surface. Here was an extinct animal that ground its food like an ox, he said. These weren't merely giant lizards. They were doing something that no lizard does today. They're grinding their food, which implies a much higher level of metabolism, much higher
Ontogeny.
Buckland had found the saber-like tooth of a monstrous killer. Mantell's tooth, an entirely different shape, was clearly the tooth of a giant plant eater. Like Buckland, he had no idea what animal it was. Its long snout boasted 200 chisel-edged teeth, packed closely together to form a unique grinding surface.
Very 1980s Iguanod here.
Reducing the toughest leaves and twigs to a pulp. At 33 feet long and 2 tons in weight, it browsed the woodlands like a giant antelope. The Mantells searched further.
There you go, gravity, yeah.
Obsessed by their find, Mantell and his wife, like all good detectives, looked for more clues. Their patience was soon rewarded.
And it was Mantell's genius that he could take small fragments, and he had bits of heads and bits of feet and whatnot, and give a sculptor the idea of a gigantic...
Hang on a sec. Oh, we have the same illustration on our wall today, right here. How very appropriate. Good stuff. And Starmy, thank you for your message there. Shoot. Starmy says, I just wanted to let you know that in 2026, I will draw further inspiration from you. What? I remembered your work with children before doing Twitch, so I imitated your example. You may or may not remember that I did an exhibition tours of the artwork in the local church. I do remember you talking about that, of course. I mailed the local high school to see if they'd be interested, and now I'm giving 4 classes on local history. So once again, thank you for the inspiration. Starmy, my goodness, thank you for your kind words and for doing what you can to share your passion and your knowledge with your community. That is so special. That warms my heart. Thank you for sharing that with us. You've become something of a guiding light in my quest to increase local historical awareness. That's awesome, Starmy. Holy cow. Really, really neat. And you know, we need more of that because, as we'll talk about today with the Crystal Palace dinosaurs, this is one of these things where fossil science and human history intersect in a really fun and cool way. But this is understudied. We don't know as much about the Crystal Palace dinosaurs and their history as we would like to know. And there's a really cool talk that I should share with you, actually, if you're interested in the history of scientific art, paleo art, the Crystal Palace dinosaurs in particular. Mark Whitten gave a really cool talk about this a few years back. There we go.
And of course, the site is not only dinosaurs, it is also a series of rather complex simulated geology. So there is a lot to this place. It isn't just the sculptures that we are very familiar with, which is mainly the dinosaurs. It's also, as I say, this complex way to introduce Victorian visitors to the very important discipline of geology. There's these kind of these big things happening. But there's also
there's a lot of mysteries about this that they're still trying to figure out, and this talk is kind of about that.
Happening, but we don't know as much about it.
There's a really cool. Yeah, take a look at this
not
link.
Just big things like replacing sculptures and missing models that we're concerned about. It's also this sort of the fact that because we don't know the history of conservation, it's actually quite difficult to determine what parts of the models are original and which part are now sort of second or tertiary interpretations of those models that have been broken. And there's good examples of this, things that went completely unnoticed.
Anyway, it's cool how just a little bit of examination, just a little bit of digging, and you can find out really interesting things about this. Like, people are making new discoveries about the history of the Crystal Palace dinosaurs and other fossil critters here, the geological court, as it's officially called. It's really neat. So check out that link if you're interested. I think you in particular, Starmy, might appreciate that. Yeah. And Happy New Year's to you too, Ornus the Avian Fiend. It's good to have you.
I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
And Axeman, Tier 3, 28 months. Holy cow. Thank you, Axeman. I appreciate your continued support. That means a great deal to me. Thank you for keeping me here online. Yeah. And Starmy says, any tips you can give, by the way, in making somewhat dry science more palatable for kids? They are 14 years old. And that's not an age that I've experienced in trying to inspire interest in something they no doubt think is rather dull. Good question. I think 14 years old is kind of tough. Because I think once kids are around that age, once they're going through puberty and stuff, the acceptance of their peers kind of becomes the most important thing in the world to them. And so that's tough. That's tough. That's around the same age that kids who may have been really interested in a topic for their whole lives up until that point, suddenly they decide, oh, I'm too cool for that. Or what would my friends think? So that's tricky. I think if you show real enthusiasm yourself, if you're not shy about it, and if you can kind of, I don't know, whatever you can do to try and keep them from just hanging back and crossing their arms and going, oh, I'm too cool for this. If you can provide them something that's hands-on, try and involve them as best you can. That might help. I don't know, when I've given tours to groups of kids around that age, to museums or fossil sites, sometimes it doesn't always work, but sometimes you try and pick the one kid that you see as being like the ringleader, and you're like, come on over here, you do this, and have everybody watch you. It's kind of like that old cliche that, like, when you go to prison, like, what do you do to ensure that you survive? You find the biggest, toughest guy, and you beat him up on the first day. Then nobody will mess with you after that. I don't know if that actually works, but this is kind of like that, where it's like, find the kid who thinks they're the coolest and everybody else looks up to them, and ask them to demonstrate something. Ask them to hold the fossil. Ask them to, come over here and stand next to the painting or whatever, like in the context that you're in. That might work. I've found that sort of thing works sometimes, Appeal to the chief child, says the Raven. Yes. Yeah. But yeah. And joking aside, thanks for this. You bet, Starmy. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes you can try and make things relevant to teenagers as well. say, well, this is part of this TV show that you've seen, or this movie, or something like that. That can work to a certain extent, but I've also been kind of shocked that sometimes, I don't know, teenagers that I've interacted with over the past few years, maybe they haven't seen Jurassic Park. Maybe they're not familiar with that film. Maybe they don't get this cultural reference you're trying to make, you know? This pop culture thing, maybe they're unfamiliar with it. So, you know, it can be surprising sometimes. But also just know that the first time that you give a tour or whatever, especially to teenagers, it's not going to go perfect. So don't think that it will, because you'll just be disappointed afterward. Each one is a learning experience. Try out new things. Understand that it's not always going to go great. The important thing is to keep doing it, you know? And you'll get better with time. It's just like streaming in that regard. Your first stream is never going to be perfect. It might not even be good. It might be really bad. But you're going to learn a lot from doing it, and the next one will be better. And the key thing is to just keep doing that. You get better and better each time. So I hope that makes sense. Don't get discouraged. And it's Baroque art. I don't know if that's popular on TikTok. Yeah, I don't know. I wish I had a silver bullet for you for this. Something that I knew would work. But maybe look at what other people are doing when they do outreach online related to Baroque art. If there is Baroque art stuff on TikTok, maybe you can kind of take a cue from whatever they're working on, you know? How other people present this to make it interesting to a wide audience. And then you can apply your own spin to that, you know? Your own special flavoring to that. So yeah. But yeah. And Casey Snowart says, there are some TikTok museums doing very funny content to make history interesting and relevant to a modern audience. Yeah, absolutely, Casey. Good to see you, by the way, Casey. I hope you're having an excellent New Year's Eve. Yeah. Anywho, I'm lucky in the sense that everybody loves dinosaurs, you know? Yeah. Dinosaurs are, they sell themselves, as you would say at a car dealership. Like, everybody loves them. They're great. With Baroque art, it could be a little bit more tricky, but I wonder if, I don't know, if you're talking about, like, art restoration, you remember this from a while ago. Shoot, she just died the other day. Here we go. I thought there would be videos on this. Darn.
The devil wears Prada, but Jesus, he needs a serious makeover. Don't you think? Well, this episode is about talent and human resource management. The painter Cecilia Jimenez took it upon herself to restore a painting of Christ, but ended up orchestrating this ugly duckling in reverse catastrophe. You might imagine that she was 10 years old, but no, she was 81, almost as old as your mama. Your mama is so bad at painting, she painted a rugby ball in a tunic and called it Jesus Christ. When asked why she did what she did, Cecilia said that she was not given enough time to finish the painting. To finish it. Which
Anyway, she just died over the past few days, I think. from this week. And I can't find one in... Oh, here we go.
Cecilia Jiménez, quien se hizo famosa por su fallida restauración
Cecilia Jiménez, who became famous for her failed restoration
Ese Homo de Borja,
of the
falleció a los
Ecce
94
Homo
años de
painting,
edad, y el mundo
died
del
at the
arte
age of
ha recordado
94,
los
and the art
sucesos
world
que
has
la
remembered the
hicieron
events
famosa.
that made her famous.
Era el año 2012 cuando
It was the year 2012 when a local news story from Spain took the internet by surprise and quickly conquered memes and social networks. The failed restoration of the painting Ecce Homo by Borja, carried out by Cecilia, acquired a comical appearance and ended up being nicknamed Ese Mono, that monkey. As originally reported by the Heraldo de Aragon, the woman had decided to take charge of the restoration of the painting, a work that was in poor condition and held a deep meaning for the inhabitants of that town. This piece was painted by the Spaniard Elias Garcia Martinez and was kept in the Sanctuary of Mercy in Borja, in the province of Zaragoza. What seemed like a confrontation with the art world turned into a farcical situation worthy of laughter around the world. This was because the image representing Jesus of Nazareth ended up becoming a strange figure. Anyway, I don't know. This is as someone who is unfamiliar with art history and with art restoration, this is a story that I have heard of. And maybe, maybe the kids that you'll be giving a tour have heard of this too, and maybe that's a point of entry there that you can talk about. Here we go. A Spanish woman scorned, then loved for the Bosch fresco restoration dies at 94. So, as I was reading, it turned into a tourist attraction afterward, and they ended up raising millions of dollars for this church afterward. And Ryanair Airlines actually ended up having special flights to the nearest airport specifically to bring in tourists to come see this afterward. Yeah, that was her plan all along, says the Raymond. Maybe. Yeah. The botched restoration first became an internet sensation and then a tourist attraction, and the church began charging for admission. Ryanair laid on special flights to Zaragoza, the nearest airport, and today thousands of people continue to visit the village to see her work. Not only has the picture's fame provided jobs for the Sanctuary Museum's two caretakers, but the 600,000 euros that it has brought to the village helps fund places at Borja's care home for elderly people. Yeah. Here's a link to this if you want to read about it. But anyway, I don't know if that has any relevance to what you're talking about, Starmy, but something clicked in my head and I thought I'd bring it up. Yeah. And there you go, Starmy. I wonder if I could do the same for our painting of our saint-turned-sex worker. Maybe. Yeah. Yeah. Kate B says, classy as usual, Ryanair. Yeah. And Casey says, I'm pretty sure they did eventually get someone professional to come restore it. Did they? I want to say maybe I heard that too, but how are people still visiting that? Huh. Well, press accounts agree that the original painting was artistically unremarkable. Its current fame derives from a partial attempt to restore the fresco by Cecilia Jimenez, then an 81-year-old untrained amateur artist in 2012. From Ecce Homo, behold the man, to Ecce Mono, roughly behold the monkey. Oh boy. Yeah. And let's see. were a success. I think it might still be up. I don't know. Yeah. Huh. I don't know. Somebody... I don't really want to hunt around for that, but if somebody wants to get the skinny on this and report back, we would appreciate it. Is it still up, or has it been changed? Anyway. Painting of the local saint has been restored in bright red dress because the town's coat of arms has the colors red and white, but in doing so, the language of images from the 17th century, they turned her into a sex worker. Okay. You mean, like, accidentally? It looks like she's a sex worker? Interesting. Okay. That's funny. Yeah. Huh. And Ozzy Ute says, may your fossil finds be plenty and your wallet never empty. Happy 2026. Thank you, Ozzy Ute. And right back at you. I hope your 2026 is the best one. Best year yet. Appreciate you. And Alex Vixen says it's still up. Really? Yeah, I guess there it is. If it's a fresco, then that means it's painted directly onto the edifice of the building. Excuse me. Yeah. Okay. Huh. I appreciate you, Stormy. Thank you for the kind words. And best of luck with that endeavor. That's going to be really cool. Anywho, let's get back to this right here. Our Victorian Iguanodon.
Idea of a gigantic 4 or 5 ton animal that combined the features of a lizard with an elephant, with a rhinoceros, with a bird. It was a chimera. It was a wonderful mix up a series of characteristics.
The way Mantell did that was brilliantly simple. He looked for a living equivalent. What animal had a tooth similar to this find?
Open up. Let's see those teeth.
The plant-eating iguana had, on a smaller scale, teeth the same shape as his huge reptile.
I can imagine the director of this documentary being very disappointed. They're like, well, we went through all this trouble to get an iguana to compare the teeth, and it won't open its mouth, you know? But iguana teeth and iguanodon teeth do bear some similarity. There's the teeth, I think, of a land iguana right there. And then there's an illustration of iguanodon teeth. There we go. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Iguana teeth. So they do have... Oh, it's tough to see. Here. Let's see if we can embiggen this. There we go. You see those serrations along the edge of the teeth right there? That is what reminded Mantell of his fossil teeth. Which again look like this. So you can see the similarity, right? Yeah.
The plant-eating iguana had, on a smaller scale, teeth the same shape as his huge reptile. Mantell, with a few teeth and bones to go on, and the iguana as a guide, gave the world its first picture of a dinosaur. Getting the bones to fit this living model was not easy. He named it Iguanodon, iguana tooth. This was no ordinary lizard. There had to be more to the story.
Buckland and Mantell concentrated on the teeth. That gave them a clue to these animals being giant fossil reptiles. What they hadn't really recognized was that in addition to the teeth were other bones, and the bones had some very distinctive characteristics. And what it took was somebody else to look at these specimens with fresh eyes. And that person was Richard Owen.
In 1841, Britain's leading scientist, Professor Richard Owen, put both monster teeth on the map. With a pinch of cunning and an eye to personal publicity,
And there you go,
Owen,
Charlie's Dragon.
observing
Yes,
the anatomy of
absolutely.
the large mammals of our day, concluded that the fossil teeth must have belonged to a whole group of giants, now extinct.
Richard Owen was a very competent comparative anatomist, very eminent in his field, and he reviewed all the fossil reptiles known in Britain at the time. And he said, yes, these are clearly giant fossil reptiles, but there's something very special about them. And that special thing is that they can walk around with their legs held directly beneath the body, not sprawled to the side, as in a typical reptile. They're in fact much more like elephants and rhinoceroses living today. And he saw them as the zenith of reptilian evolution.
So here's the thing. People today love to make fun of the Crystal Palace dinosaurs, you know? They look at these models and they go, well, look how incorrect they were. How wrong these scientists were back in the day. This doesn't look like a dinosaur. But they're kind of missing the point. When Mantell was reconstructing his Iguanodon, he only had a small handful of bones. And no one had ever seen a dinosaur before. Nobody knew what one looked like. He was doing the best that he could with very little information. And so Mantell and Owen and a few other scientists at the time, they realized that these animals, because of the way that because of the appearance of the hips and the limb bones, they didn't sprawl their limbs out to the side like a lizard or a crocodile or a turtle for that matter. They had upright pillar-like limbs like a bird or like a mammal. And so that is reflected in these models. And Waterhouse Hawkins models the sculptures of the Iguanodon and the Hylaeosaurus and the Megalosaurus. This was cutting-edge science at the time, based on very little information. They were able to figure that out, and it's a big deal, you know? It's kind of impressive when you think about it. Anyway.
At a scientific meeting in Plymouth, he named them dinosaurs, the terrible lizards.
That brought with it a certain amount of acclaim, but there was a problem there because he was describing a concept. He could explain the teeth, he could explain the bones very clearly, but there wasn't a tangible, complete dinosaur to show off these creatures.
Yep. Here we go. The focus of today's stream.
Owen hired the leading sculptor of the day, Benjamin Waterhouse Hawkins, to bring dinosaurs to life. From the fragmentary evidence, Hawkins built models that thrilled Victorian England.
Wonderful sketch of his workshop there.
They were destined for Crystal Palace in London. It was the first dinosaur theme park ever built, and it still attracts the public today.
It's still around today. It's the only part of Crystal Palace Park that's really still...
Ever the publicist,
it was
Owen
original.
celebrated the achievement by hosting the most bizarre dinner party ever held.
Here we go.
On New Year's Eve, 1854, he invited the leading scientists of the day to wine and dine in the belly of Hawkins' still unfinished model of Iguanodon.
Yep.
Through an alcoholic haze, the world's most eminent scholars could now picture prehistory in all its terrifying glory.
give you a link to this here. But that is why we're doing this stream tonight. This is the anniversary of that famed New Year's Eve party in the mold of the Iguanodon. Happy New Year's, chat. I feel like any dinosaur New Year's celebration has to be in this theme, commemorating this event. Good stuff. Stormy, yeah, the idea of extinction was kind of heretical at the time. You are correct about that. There's a lovely book about this that you might already know about, Stormy, but just in case you're not aware of it, let me grab it and show you. If you're interested in that concept, Michael Taylor's Impossible Monsters is an essential work there. Impossible Monsters by Michael Taylor. Very well written, excellent prose. It's all about, kind of these discoveries in Victorian England and how they changed the way that people looked at the world, and kind of helped break that stranglehold that the church had on certain aspects of public life, you know? Interesting stuff. Highly recommended. Yeah. And it just came out, last year? So, excellent piece of scholarship. Fun to read. Good stuff. My only real criticism of this book actually has to do with today's topic. It's that the author really poo-poos the Crystal Palace dinosaurs. In a way that seemed uncharacteristic. And it's not in the index, apparently. Benjamin Waterhouse Hawkins? Under H for Hawkins. Excuse me. Still feeling a little bit under the weather, so apologies. Hawkins, Benjamin Waterhouse. 247 and 248. On here. Give me just a second. There we go. Well, here, I'll just read you an account from this. In December 1853, elated with their progress, Hawkins and Owen decided to celebrate. Imprinting their invitations on the image of a pterodactyl's wing, they planned a dinner. On New Year's Eve, beginning at 6 o'clock, Richard Owen, Benjamin Waterhouse Hawkins, and 20 of Britain's leading naturalists would eat together inside the half-completed model of the Iguanodon. And that's not strictly true. It wasn't actually in the model. It was in the mold that they used to create the model. There's a distinction there, and we could talk about that. Owen naturally sat at the top of the table in the Iguanodon's head. Other diners occupied capacious premises in the rear of the monster, and everyone else sheltered under a vast tent, which had been erected not only to keep out the cold, but also to prevent the illustrious plesiosaurs from prying too closely into the nature of the evening. The menu, provided by the landlord of a local tavern, was exceptional. Mock turtle, julienne, and hare soups, preceded cod in oyster sauce and fillets of turbot. Well, for entrees, there were lamb cutlets, rabbit curries, and sautéed partridges. not a lot of vegetarian-friendly fare, is it? Main courses of turkey, ham, pigeon pie, and boiled chicken complemented pheasant, woodcock, and snipe. Afterwards came jellies. I assume they mean sea jellies, right? Pastries, nougat, meringues, fruit, and nuts. That sounds great. Filling the party's glasses were sherry, Madeira, port, Moselle, and claret. It took more than 7 hours for the diners to clear their plates and empty their glasses, and the merriment concluded with a chorus of songs so fierce as almost to lend to the belief that a herd of iguanodons were bellowing from some of the numerous pitfalls in the park. The jolly old beast is not deceased, they sang. There's life in him again. Roar. The model dinosaurs were not complete when the palace opened to the public in June 1854. The huge, gigantic restorations did little honor to the great science which had embodied them, complained the Illustrated London News. Yet as Hawkins and his small but valiant staff persevered into the next winter, with mud boots and woolens, thermal protection against the wet and blast, the models underwent a daily process of transmigration. Painted first with a largely brilliant red, then with a milky white, they at last attained the green-gray regular tint, which what they were believed to have possessed when they moved upon the face of the earth. Anyhow, for more about the Crystal Palace dinosaurs, we've got some videos lined up. This is a new one this year. Take a look at this. And actually, before we get to that, this may or may not be in this piece, but there's a little trailer here with Michael Benton talking about the Crystal Palace dinosaurs. This is as a promo for this documentary. So Michael Benton received the Romer Simpson Medal, the highest award that the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology can bestow, this year at the meeting. It was just last month.
So we're at Crystal Palace here looking at some of the dinosaur models. These are fantastically important on an international scale because this was the first time anybody had
I've got that one too, Claire.
What dinosaurs looked like. They may look sort of quaint to us because they're a mid-Victorian image of what people thought at the time, but they were carefully based on the available evidence. They were the idea of Sir Richard Owen, who was one of the leading natural scientists of the time, professor, expert in paleontology. He had studied many of the early dinosaurs. And it was at the time of the Great Exhibition in 1851 that the idea emerged of making a permanent home for the wonderful glass palace, which was showing the marvels of technology and science and industry. But his passion was the fossils, and he wanted to show the dinosaurs and the marine reptiles and all the other creatures. And he thought, what better than making them full size? Which was a scary concept. They had to be built of concrete, and the artist who built them was Benjamin Waterhouse Hawkins. And I don't think he had ever had a commission like this before in his life, because together, the rather dour professor, together with this showman artist, had to come up with images that were satisfactory in terms of scientific accuracy, but that would be exciting and impressive for the visitor.
It really was a challenge when you think about it. Taking this rather arcane subject at the time, this idea of these huge extinct animals, only known from fossils, taking that and making it understandable and compelling to a general audience. This was kind of science communication at its very finest at the time. It's really cool to think about, you know? In some ways, well, I really look up to Benjamin Waterhouse Hawkins as a science communicator of his day. This made a huge impact. It was a cultural phenomenon, you know?
Owen worked with the best information he had available, so although they look very strange to us today, in fact some of the dinosaurs look more like strange rhinoceroses or something like that, he had a strong view that dinosaurs were actually, although they were reptiles, he was fairly clear they were quite advanced in certain ways. And amazingly, he even thought they were warm-blooded. And so partly for the wrong reasons, partly for the right reasons, he wanted to show them looking something like mammals. And you might think, well, how on earth could he get it so wrong? But back then, in the 1840s and 1850s, he did not have any complete skeletons. So he had just partial bits of bones, leg bones, isolated teeth, a few jaw bones, and he did his best fitting them together. It's worth remembering they were set up 5 or 6 years before Darwin's Origin of Species, the book from 1859, that many people regard as the seminal or key work in all of the biological sciences. The correct position now would not be to laugh at Owen and Hawkins, because they were doing their best. And of course, if we were to laugh at them and say, oh, they were very silly, they got it wrong, well, what will people say in 100 years' time about our current images of dinosaurs?
I mean, these already
The
look
Crystal
bad.
Palace dinosaurs have been seen by millions of people. They're in a public park in South London. People walk past and see them. Kids love them. And you can get up close from time to time. But they're in need of care. People might think big concrete monsters, nobody cares, they'll last forever. Absolutely not. Bits fall off, they naturally decay. And it's important to remember in their early days they were brightly painted. And over the years they have been cleaned and repainted, but that paint doesn't last very long. So the Friends of the Crystal Palace Dinosaurs is a wonderful and charitable organization. They have been around for a long time looking after the dinosaurs, negotiating with the local authorities, raising heritage funds and relying on the general public. So it's a fantastic job they do, and their work is needed, and we need the dinosaurs to survive another century or two. I'll say my favorite dinosaur is Iguanodon. We can see him in the background. He's got a nice new coat of paint. I like Iguanodon because it was a very important dinosaur in the early Cretaceous. Present, we now know, in huge herds over much of Europe. And so clearly very well adapted, very, just a good archetype of a great dinosaur. And in the history of dinosaurs, of course, it was the second one ever named, and it's got that wonderful horn on its nose, and we just love that story of the revision of scientific knowledge, so we know that that's not a horn on its nose, but I won't say what it is.
There we go. Beautiful. Here's a link to this video right here. This is a promo for the documentary. Before we jump into that documentary, the nice man with the red shirt made a video about these critters a while ago. Take a look.
I'm in Crystal Palace Park in South London, and there are dinosaurs. Models of dinosaurs, anyway, and inaccurate models at that. But that's because they're more than 150 years old. These were the first ever life-size models of extinct creatures built for the gardens of the enormous Crystal Palace that used to stand on top of a hill over there. They were made by the wonderfully named Benjamin Waterhouse Hawkins. We now know that they are utterly wrong in many significant ways, but at the time they were a marvel. Look at what once walked the earth. Now, in England, there is a list of buildings that have special protection under the law. Buildings on that list are called listed buildings, because they're on the list of buildings. And this country is full of them. Historic England, the not-quite government organisation that manages the list, says there's about 500,000 buildings on it. Most of those are only Grade 2 listed, which means they've got to be kept mostly intact, and any changes need a really good reason behind them. But more than 10,000 places are Grade 1 listed, which means they must be preserved. Pretty much anything that was built more than 200 years ago and is still standing is on the list. But there are some more modern things too, including these dinosaurs. Yep.
And those are not dinosaurs. We've got labyrinthodonts, plesiosaurs, ichthyosaur. What's kind of funny is that they all get called the Crystal Palace dinosaurs, but only 4 of them are dinosaurs. Can anybody name for me what are the dinosaurs at Crystal Palace Park? What are those dinosaurs? There's only 4 of them. 3 different names. Jerry Andrews, not quite. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and George. There you go, Miss Blue Skies. Yeah. John, Paul, Ringo, and Yoko. There you go. Everyone's favorite Beatle. Oh, you were close, Crimson Carnotaurus there. The answer is Iguanodon, Megalosaurus, and Hylaeosaurus right here. There's 2 Iguanodon, which you see on the cover of this brilliant book by Mark Whitten and Eleanor Michel. So 2 Iguanodon, 1 Megalosaurus, and 1 Hylaeosaurus. And I think in this book we might have a map of how they're laid out. I know it's in here somewhere. I don't know if we'll be able to find it in time. There we go. And in that talk that I provided a link to earlier, Mark Whitten's talk about this at the book launch, he's got this too. But there is the Megalosaurus, the Hylaeosaurus, and the 2 Iguanodon are there. Nobody else is a dinosaur. Teleosaurus is a croc. We've got a bunch of mammals. We've got ichthyosaurs and plesiosaurs, which are marine reptiles. We've got labyrinthodonts here, which are... They're portrayed here almost like giant frogs with crocodile legs. But labyrinthodonts in life would have looked almost kind of like a giant salamander from hell. Labyrinthodont. There we go. Yeah, some of them were almost kind of crocodile-like they had long, thin jaws. Some of them had broader snouts. Yeah. They're giant predatory amphibians. Yeah. Anyhow.
Grade 1 listed, dinosaurs. Can't be changed, moved, or demolished. Have to
Dinosaurs
be kept
and
in
other
good
critters.
condition.
So obviously these are not dinosaurs. These are... Shoot, who are these? Are these the Anoplotherium, I think? So ancient mammals from the Eocene?
And they can't be updated to reflect what modern paleontologists now know, because that would involve changing them and destroying not a dinosaur display, but a display about what we once thought dinosaurs looked like. Something that's notable not because of what it represents in itself, but because of the history in the sculptures. These dinosaurs must, by law, remain inaccurate, because the story they tell isn't about prehistoric times, it's about science just 150 years ago.
There you go.
I've done a video with...
Cool stuff. I'll provide you a link to this video here. I think it was a mallard there, Pete B. Yeah. We are done. No, Miss Blue Skies. Dinosaurs and mammals are both a kind of tetrapod, which is a kind of excuse me, amniote, which is a kind of sarcopterygian, which is a kind of fish. Sure, but we're different kinds, so we're certainly not dinosaurs. Anyway, let's take a look at this. I've not seen this yet, but here's a full-length 38 minutes long, about the Crystal Palace dinosaurs here. This is the NHM in London.
What is it about dinosaurs? They're big. They're scary. They're not around today.
Except for birds.
They're just cool. They're just, you know.
Starmy wants to know, do we even have a full skeleton of Megalosaurus? We do not. We don't have anything close to a complete skeleton. I'll show you a skeletal. Let's just short for skeletal diagram. There's a pretty decent one there. Yeah. So, well, here. Back in the day, Richard Owen and Benjamin Waterhouse Hawkins came up with their concept for what Megalosaurus would have looked like based on just a small handful of bones. This is what they came up with. They didn't have very much. All they had was lower jaw right here, dentary. I think one of the cervical ribs from the neck, one of the dorsal ribs, a dorsal vertebra. They had part of the, well, they had like the sacrum there. The hips and a femur. Yeah, one caudal vertebra, so not a whole lot. Nobody knew what this animal was supposed to look like, so, you know, this was their best idea at the time. Nowadays, that illustration that you see there is a pretty good representation of what we think this animal would have looked like. And here I've got a another model with a gorgeous depiction of Megalosaurus here. So, you might be wondering, like, how do we know that it looked like this if we still only have just those bones? Because, as far as I'm aware, no one else has found any more of Megalosaurus since then. That's all we've got, to this day. So, how in the world do we come up with this? Well, the answer is, we have close relatives of this animal, other members of the same family with much more complete skeletons. And so we can use them to kind of fill in the blanks. The most useful of those has been Torvosaurus. It's right here. And we've got fairly complete skeletons of this animal. And we have some other relatives too, so we've got a pretty good sense for what the whole animal should look like for Megalosaurus, using Torvosaurus to kind of fill in the blanks. So, friend of the stream, Ethan Cowgill, you know, Big E from fieldwork in Wyoming and Utah, he's working on redescribing this animal, which is really cool. So he's been hard at work on the specimen that they have in Cincinnati, in Ohio. Just figuring out what Torvosaurus would look like, you know? They've got a bunch of elements there in that new specimen that no one's ever described before, so Ethan is going to be helping us really figure out what Torvosaurus is all about, and that's going to have some interesting implications for our understanding of Megalosaurus, a close relative, as well. Both Torvosaurus and Megalosaurus are members of Megalosauridae, a family of two-legged meat-eating dinosaurs. So yeah, good stuff. And Bernisaur. So yeah, Starmie, they may have interpreted that originally as a Megalosaurus tooth, but the Bernisaur site is early Cretaceous, and Megalosaurus is from the Middle Jurassic, so it can't possibly be Megalosaurus. But at the time, so early on in the history of dinosaur paleontology, especially in England, any meat-eating dinosaur, they're like, oh yeah, bro, that's Megalosaurus. It's a meat-eating dinosaur, that's Megalosaurus. We didn't know a whole lot about a lot of other theropods at the time. So if it was a meat-eating dinosaur, it instantly got called Megalosaurus in those early days before we really knew what was going on. To the point where, when a big meat-eating dinosaur was discovered in the U.S. state of Arizona, it was named Megalosaurus weatherillae. Who could tell me what this animal was later named when more fossils of it came to light? Oh, we already got it. Crimson, yes. Dilophosaurus. Not grouchy geriatrics. So that's the funny thing, is that when Samuel P. Wells first described this animal, he called it Megalosaurus weatherillae. He didn't have a good skull for it yet, so he just kind of like, yeah, just slapped this together. later on, he realized, oh wow, this animal's got a very different skull. And he named it Dilophosaurus, meaning the double-crested lizard. So this was it originally, and you can see the parts of it that are reconstructed. So like the front of its snout, the top of its head, those are all sculpted right there. And then, as more fossils were being prepped, Samuels realized, hey, this is a very different animal. But at the time, that was kind of...
Dinosaurs are just cool! Let's check them out!
At the time, that was just kind of how it worked, is... If you had a meat-eating dinosaur, you just called it Megalosaurus. Sometimes you name a new species. Not Megalosaurus bucklandi, but Megalosaurus weatherali. So, you know, that was the style at the time. Just name everything Megalosaurus, you know? Because of the war. No. Because we just didn't have that many fossils, you know? N Simplex Pachinko, how was your stream? I hope it was really good. Welcome to Paleontologizing. How are you doing, sweetie pie? We just got a raid, sweetie, from N Simplex Pachinko. Yeah. Yeah, can you believe it? Happy New Year. Yeah. Anywho. Good stuff. And did sauropods get that with Cetiosaurus too? They kind of did for a while, I think. Crimson Carnotaurus, yeah. Yeah. And do you know if we have any more Hylaeosaurus material by now? I don't think we do, Stormy. I think that's still all we've got. For a while, there was a question, are Hylaeosaurus and Polacanthus the same dinosaur? Because they were like kind of non-overlapping bits that each of them were named based on. But it turns out they lived millions of years apart, so they can't be the same thing. Anyway, how are you doing, sweetie? Anyway, and Simplex Pachinko, doing an excellent stream, and it's 0200 here, so heading out and lurking soon. Thank you, Simplex, for the raid. I really appreciate it. And Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year. We are celebrating the famous dinner in the Iguanodon on today's stream. So we're getting into that. Talking about the Crystal Palace dinosaurs. This was such a cool moment in history. Kind of one of these legendary instances in the history of paleontology. The famous dinner in the Iguanodon. In which some of the naturalists in England at the time were invited to have dinner inside the mold of Benjamin Waterhouse Hawkins' Iguanodon model that he produced for Crystal Palace Park in South London. I almost got a chance to visit this last month, but they're currently under restoration. They wouldn't let us in, so anyway. Yeah. Good stuff. Anyway, we got to, excuse me, pay our landlord here. Sweetie Pie. Sweetie Pie. She demands payment. She demands payment. Yeah. All right. Here we go. End of the month. Pay up. Okay. Look at those. Whoa. Look at this. What's that? Tasty. Delightful. Good stuff. Say hello to the Megalosaurus. No, that's okay. It's like, it's out of date. Inaccurate. How about our modern day Megalosaurus? And Alex Vixen, yes. Restoration of the Iguanodon and the other Crystal Palace dinosaurs will be finished next spring. Yeah. There is a chance I maybe even be able to come over and visit. We'll see. I've been invited to come back to the UK and maybe do some streams from the Natural History Museum in London. So if I can afford to make it over there, we might end up doing that. We'll see. Seems like it's a little bit more possible now, given all the support we've gotten during today's stream. If current trends continue, it could be a sure thing. Might end up going back to London. So, anyway, let's get back to this documentary. A sleepover. Oh, very cool. PALEO. Well, you'll be familiar with all of this imagery then.
What is it about dinosaurs? They're big. They're scary. They're not around today.
Be right back.
They're just cool. They're just, they're dragons.
Well, it's very hard not to love Iggy because he's the kind of flagship beast. He does all the PR, he gets his toenails painted and all of that.
I heard about the dinosaurs when I was probably aged about 7.
I came here with my parents and I brought my children here and I brought my grandchildren here to see the dinosaurs. So they've been through three generations or 4 generations of our family of dinosaurs.
When I was younger, I used to always come to the park with my parents and look at the dinosaurs.
I was a big fan of dinosaurs when I was a kid, and this is quite a famous site. The dinosaurs, they're quite well known, and I think I saw them in some children's book when I was probably about 7 or 8.
In fact, my dad's a bit of a local historian, and back in the 80s he wrote a book about Crystal Palace Park, and so the dinosaurs were very much part of my childhood growing up.
Oh, very cool.
This is the Hylosaurus. He is probably my favourite.
Yeah.
I don't think he gets quite as much love as the other standing dinosaurs. But
And that is true. Yeah, Hylosaurus doesn't get as much love in general as either Iguanodon or Megalosaurus, especially Iguanodon. Hylosaurus is an ankylosaur. So there's the Crystal Palace version. And this is kind of our modern take on Hylosaurus. So similar to like Polacanthus or Struthiosaurus, maybe. No, it's an armored dinosaur from the early Cretaceous. I love this Mark Whitten illustration here. Really lovely, showing this animal. This is the sort of dinosaur that Jim works on. It is kind of Gastonian looking, Clairburr. It's from the same broad group of dinosaurs. So, yeah.
But he's still pretty cool.
People are seeing a dinosaur the size it was. Not a skeleton in the museum or a model, it's a full-size dinosaur. That's the thing that draws them to it, isn't it?
This is our Megalosaur, or Meg, because we're really great at naming things here.
One of the things I've really loved about doing this project is being able to come over here and touch the dinosaur.
Notosaurid, maybe.
The first month I came and did this.
Are Struthiosaurs a kind of notosaur?
15 minutes taking
Are
selfies.
Polacanthines a kind of notosaur? It depends who you ask, Stormy. It's
Quite a heavy
most people would probably say yes, notosaurid, but
The sculptures are kind of crumbling and they really need a lot of work.
This is going to start to completely fall apart and not be here for much longer.
It's only this last few years where someone's taken the incentive to look after them.
You know, you're brushing your teeth, you're thinking about it, you're going to work and you're thinking about it.
And we get these huge cracks in the dinosaurs.
This is everybody's dinosaurs, it's our dinosaurs.
This poor guy hasn't got much of a face left.
We need to take responsibility to make sure that the sculptures and the landscape stay in top shape.
Well, so they've been sort of 3-4 generations of my family. It'd be nice to run on to another 3-4 generations after, isn't it? So they're here for posterity. Was it the 1850s, I think, or something like that on there. So it'd be nice if they get to 2050, wouldn't it?
Yep. Here, I'll interrupt this and I'll show you a clip from 2023 on the BBC.
Now,
These much-loved dinosaurs in Crystal Palace Park are getting a long-awaited makeover. The park's currently on the Heritage at High Risk Register.
And hang on, is this the one that I was looking for? Hang on a second.
Here's Giles for the monster of a renovation project.
Deep in the heart of South London, something is lurking in the undergrowth. A mysterious group of creatures that has been striking fear into the hearts of local residents. For decades, they have been lying dormant until now.
Oh boy.
These fearsome beasts have finally woken from their slumbers, and by the look of it, they're hungry. Well, not really. Steven Spielberg may have sparked dino fever with his series of blockbusters, but the original Jurassic Park was here in the London suburb of Sydenham. A remarkable collection of models that stunned Victorian society and represented the very latest in scientific thinking. Professor Gowan Dawson has been studying these intriguing creatures which were built for the new Crystal Palace Park in 1854.
Yep.
The Crystal Palace Company wanted to effectively build what we would now call a theme park, but they were good Victorians, so it couldn't just be about entertainment. They also wanted to make it about education. Dinosaurs were big news at the time. They'd only quite recently been discovered and named, and there was a lot of popular interest in them.
Designed by sculptor Benjamin Waterhouse Hawkins and renowned paleontologist Sir Richard Owen.
That's actually the funny thing, is that Mark Whitten, in his work, and some other scholars have realized that Richard Owen didn't really have that much to do with this. He was the big name that was associated with this whole project. But here, we're going to go one level deeper now. And I'll show you, rather than just tell you this, we'll get it straight from the source.
A replica. You could almost rename.
And Mark and I felt that was perhaps needing a bit of re-examination, and Mark drilled down into the literature, into the archives, and yes.
Yeah, so as Eleanor has just sort of set up, you could almost rename the Crystal Palace dinosaurs Richard Owen's Crystal Palace dinosaurs, according to some people, and put his name right above the... And that's how he was presented to the 19th century public, because Owen was a celebrity scientist. People knew about him. You know, he was hobnobbing with the higher echelons of society. There were newspaper articles about his science and his achievements. So being able to say that Richard Owen is our paleontological consultant was a big win for the Crystal Palace Company. You know, just...
So they really wanted his name attached to this project. They knew this would be a big draw for audiences. They knew this is a good way to get good press and everything. He's a celebrity scientist, you know? It is kind of clout chasing there, RB42, yeah.
Would have attracted some credibility and some interest. And so, yeah, there are lots of things he is attributed, that are attributed to him. One reason he was particularly relevant as a consultant for the site is this project here, where Owen reconstructed the moa bird. So I'm sure many of you are familiar with the moa. It's sort of an ostrich-like bird from New Zealand. Some of them are really enormous, sort of the biggest birds that have ever existed, with maybe one or two exceptions. And the story goes, and I stress this is a story because there are historic facts that maybe contradict it. The story goes that Owen was given this fragment of a femur, which is your thigh bone, and Owen said, oh, that belongs to a giant flightless bird. And over time, and he also said it would look something like an ostrich. As more bones of the moa were found, lo and behold, Owen was right. And if you're trying to reconstruct dinosaurs from scrappy fossils, having the guy who reconstructed the moa on your team, again, seems like a win. So,
right? So does that make sense? You can see why they would want his name attached to this, but how much involvement did he really have with the project?
So Owen was quite an important figure in terms of giving the site some credibility. However, in terms of his actual consultancy role, Gowan Dawson, in his 2016 book, Show Me the Bone, concludes that from looking into lots of archives and lots of details about the relationship between Owen and the Crystal Palace Company, concludes that Owen was basically absent from the entire project, to the extent that there are groveling letters sent from the Crystal Palace Company and from Waterhouse Hawkins to Owen saying, can you please come and do your job? He is just completely absent from the site. He maybe visits once or twice in the entire 2 or 3 year history of the site being put together.
So Richard Owen didn't actually play much of a role at all in scientifically consulting on this project. He was instrumental in getting funding for it, helping conceive of the project originally, but when it came to actually applying his scientific acumen to creating these restorations of extinct animals, he didn't really do that. So yeah, interesting. Anyway, thank you for putting up with that there. I feel like that was an interesting and I think relevant tangent.
And there was a lot of popular interest in them.
Designed by sculptor Benjamin Waterhouse Hawkins and renowned paleontologist Sir Richard Owen.
They were designed by Waterhouse Hawkins. Owen didn't really do the design work at all, it seems.
These were the first models of their kind in the world and kick-started a dinomania which is still with us today.
They give us
Polyot says, I have a few colleagues like that. Yeah. One of those people who know they can't be kicked off without killing the project, so they don't do anything. It seems that was the case, Ms. Blue Skies. Yeah.
Unique insight into the scientific understanding of the mid-Victorian period. So if you think of Jurassic Park all starts here.
The dinosaur theme park was an instant success. But as scientific thinking moved on, these poor creatures began to look rather outdated.
Yep.
For one thing, this megalosaurus should be standing upright, and this iguanodon's nose spike should be on his thumb. Over the years, the models have fallen into disrepair, but evolutionary biologist Dr. Eleanor Michel has hatched a plan to save them. How much are you trying to raise?
We have to raise £2 million. 1 million for the work on the sculptures themselves, and 1 million for education, outreach, and further maintenance.
But they're inaccurate, aren't they?
They were the cutting edge at the time. Shortly thereafter, the ideas changed, and our ideas have changed throughout. So science is always a process of changing, and that's what these sculptures tell us.
So far, enough money has been raised to restore the patient most in need of attention, the iguanodon. Lewis Proudfoot is leading the conservation effort. This is an odd job. It's not every day you're asked to conserve a Victorian dinosaur. What's it made of?
It's made of concrete, cast in sections and built around a metal frame.
Hollow inside.
Hollow inside. And
They look so solid.
They do, but you can poke your head in there.
Really?
Yeah. Here's the torch.
Amazing. Where do I go?
Watch your head, and you head to his nether regions.
It's a bit personal, but never mind. In the interests of science and journalism, here I go. Oh my goodness, there's a hole here. It's amazing. Lewis and his team are securing the foundations and fixing the tail back into place. But today's job is a little more delicate. Wow, this is as close as I've ever been to a dinosaur's jaw.
Yeah, here you go. And there's a tooth here.
A lead tooth.
A lead tooth.
This
Brand
is
new.
based on the original.
Cast in lead.
And I just put it into this hole that you've drilled.
Just there.
In it goes nicely.
Perfectly done.
And there I am, the original Jurassic Tooth Fairy. So finally, these neglected creatures can be given a new lease of life, and this original Jurassic Park restored to its former glory. What can possibly go wrong?
Anyway, oh, here's a link to that, by the way. Cite our sources here. There you go. So, restoration is underway. They've managed to raise the funds that they need, and I was really hoping I would get to visit these when I was there in London last month. It didn't quite work out that way. But, no, I understand. I think maybe I got a photo as we were excuse me, as we were driving by. But, yeah, there we go. One of my compatriots on the field trip. Very tired after the conference and fallen asleep, but you can't quite see it, but there's the gate to get into Sydenham Park, and they've got their dinosaur sign right there. They're currently under renovation, so we were not able to visit. Anyway, so it goes.
The Crystal Palace dinosaurs are famous the world over. Anyone who's studied paleontology usually has an introduction to the first public unveiling of reconstructions of dinosaurs.
Oh, and there we go. I have these right here. Iguanodon and Megalosaurus. These are available online as files so that you can 3D print them. But here they are right here. And here they are right here. Brilliant.
Dinosaurs, and that was at Crystal Palace. In the early part of the 1800s, lots of fossils were being discovered, and sort of this vision was emerging of extinct animals, lost worlds. And that was all kind of an incredible mystery. Bringing that story out to the public, it was all through sort of academic processes, and there were fossils you could see in a museum, but it didn't really have any life in it. In 1851, when the world's first exhibition came, there was an effort to try to make a lot of these sort of ideas more accessible to the public. And when the Crystal Palace was moved from Hyde Park to South London, it was rebuilt, and the idea was to fill the grounds with things that would interest people and also enlighten them to some extent. So the dinosaurs were an obvious candidate for that. So the whole landscape around, it was a number of acres that was developed to tell the story of extinct animals. That whole story was beginning to unfold, and the idea was to sort of give people a chance to experience it in whatever way they wanted to experience it. They could come and just walk and enjoy the landscape, or they could actually get quite immersed in the whole emerging field of paleontology and geology and the changing Earth. As scientists, we are always working with somewhat incomplete data, and we put together the best understanding we can. Bringing that to something that we can understand and see is the job of an artist.
So the story behind these was that they were the idea of Sir Richard Owen, who was one of the leading natural scientists of the time, professor, expert in paleontology. He had studied many of the early dinosaurs. Owen had the idea of building a kind of geological park or visitor place with representations of all the main rock formations of the British Isles, which he connected to industry, because of course this was the time of coal and iron and all of the heavy industry based on geology. But his passion was the fossils, and he wanted to show the dinosaurs and the marine reptiles and all the other creatures. And he thought, what better than making them full size, which was a scary concept. They had to be built of concrete, and the artist who built them was Benjamin Waterhouse Hawkins.
A visionary,
and I don't think
really.
he had ever had a commission like this before in his life.
So Benjamin Waterhouse Hawkins, remarkable artist and really a pioneer. He was the first person to really do life-size reconstructions of extinct animals like this. It was a big deal. And he was a keen student of nature. He'd grown up sketching pictures of animals from a very young age, very interested in the natural world, and he was kind of the perfect guy for the job. And Starmy, I did get a chance to visit the NHM in London. It was very brief, had about an hour there, but it was really cool in that I got to visit some people who work there. Didn't quite get a behind-the-scenes tour, but got to hear a lot of kind of background information and everything. Yeah, it was kind of extraordinary. Yeah, here's me and Susie Maidmont, very well-known dinosaur researcher. She works on ornithischian dinosaurs. She studied the stegosaur behind us, Sophie the Stegosaurus. Susie's really cool, and hoping to bring her on for an interview because she's got an exciting new paper coming out soon. It's supposed to come out before Christmas, but you know how journals are sometimes. Anyway, so it was a mad dash through that museum. Our bus was late, London traffic, you know, so we ended up having much less time there than we were hoping to. But it did get to visit for a brief time. It's a whirlwind. I'm hoping to go back, maybe this year, and do some streams from there. So, very excited about that. Continuing down through the questions, let's see. Ms. Blue Skies wants to know, do we still attempt the kind of ambitious descriptions or reconstructions with very few bones? In a lot of cases, yeah. It's funny, most of the time when we do this, it's for southern hemisphere dinosaurs from Gondwana. Gondwana is the name for the southern land masses. During the age of dinosaurs, Pangaea, the big supercontinent, breaks apart. You have Laurasia in the north. That's North America, Europe, and Asia form Laurasia. And down south you have Gondwana. That's South America, Africa, India, Antarctica, and Australia smushed together. That's Gondwana. The dinosaurs from Gondwana are not as well known as the ones from Laurasia. There's a number of different reasons for this, but a lot of it is that this is the global south, Gondwana. There's just not as many paleontologists. There's not as many research projects, research facilities. It's not as much funding for field work. So Gondwanan dinosaurs are kind of neglected in a lot of ways. And there are a few, like, just really weird dinosaurs. That we don't really know what to make of them. One of them is this critter, Jacapil. We have just a few bits and pieces from it, and we're not really sure what it is or what it's doing. What is it all about, you know? It's been interpreted as a thyreophorans, so an armored dinosaur related to, like, ankylosaurs. But Susie Maidmont, who I was just talking about, we might be able to get her to talk about this in an interview, but she kind of wonders whether it's a different kind of dinosaur entirely. It might be a ceratopsia. So again, we have so little of this animal, and the parts that we have are so weird looking that...
But on the land, greatest of all the reptiles, the dinosaur was king.
And Petrodactylus, how are you doing? Jacapil is awesome. Yes. What a cool critter. Yeah. Let's find that Jacapil, animation here. This is kind of the best guess for what this animal looks like at this point, but that could change a lot if we find some better fossils of it. So yeah, So this is kind of the 21st century equivalent of your Crystal Palace dinosaurs. A 3D rendering animated like this, trying to show what the animal would look like in life. But it's speculative, you know? We don't really know if it looked like this because we have very little material from it. We don't even know which broad group of dinosaurs it belongs to necessarily. There's some debate about that. So yeah. So I hope that answers your question there, Miss Blue Skies. And forelimb reduction is a common thing among bipedal dinosaurs, yes. Yeah. Anyhow. And Ash Rubber, hey. Nice to see you too. Happy 2026 to you. I hope your 2026 is going swimmingly so far. We're still waiting on it to show up here. But wish you a very happy new year from inside the Iguanodon here. Anywho. Let's get back to this. And thank you, Urgle Wurgle, for gifting Polyot. You did not have to do that. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Anyway, of course we're celebrating the famous dinner in the Iguanodon, which they'll probably talk about here.
This was the first time anybody had tried to visualize what dinosaurs looked like. The rather dour professor, together with this showman artist, had to come up with images that were satisfactory in terms of scientific accuracy, but that would be exciting and impressive for the visitor.
He did his best with what the scientists told him that they thought the dinosaurs and other extinct animals should look like, and he constructed them into really convincing living forms. And they look like perfectly functioning and quite beautiful animals, quite active, and you can see the muscles, you can see the way the scales change size and orientation along the body. I mean, they're really very, very well done. They look great, but they look quite different from what we think today. Part of that gives a real story of how science works, because science is always improving its interpretations as we get more data, as we get different ways of looking at things and understanding how they work together. So our understanding of dinosaurs, our drawings of dinosaurs, our sculptures of dinosaurs are going to be more accurate, more approximating the truth of what they actually look like. But there still will be more changes in the future as we understand a lot more.
Absolutely.
They may look sort of quaint to us because they're a mid-Victorian image of what people thought at the time, but they were carefully based on the available evidence. It's worth remembering.
Hang on a second. Petrodactylus says, I did a school project when I was like 6 or 7 years old where we had to dress up as a historical figure. I chose Waterhouse Hawkins. Really, Petrodactylus? You probably were a fan of Selznick's book, right? That was kind of maybe not my first introduction to Benjamin Waterhouse Hawkins, but pretty in-depth introduction, right? Yeah. If anybody wants to learn more about this really cool time in history, that was the book I loved as a kid. Yeah, me too. I got this back in 2002. Beautifully illustrated book. Holy cow. Welcome to... I love this. The Dinosaurs of Waterhouse Hawkins. Splendid book. And thank you, Polyot, for the gift sub there. Really appreciate it. Yeah. This is, it's a phenomenal book. And there's the famous Dinner in the Iguanodon right there.
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
And DW Cheap Shot, thank you so much for the Prime there. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the community. Thank you for that support. Really appreciate it. So this was the New Year's Eve celebration, 1853 to 54, in the mold of the Iguanodon. That's what we're celebrating today for New Year's. May contain scientists. There you go, Ed. Yeah, yeah. So, cheers. Cheers to you, Mini Pie. What do you got? What have you got going on right now? Hang on. What is this on your... You've got a fuzz attached to your whiskers? You're trailing it? What's going on here? What is that? What did you bring to me? You goofball. You goofball. What is this? What is that? You got some fuzz? Is it hanging out of your mouth? Hang on, come here. Come here. What's that? Ugh. What? What is that? Eating dust bunnies again? You eating dust bunnies again? Is that what you're doing? Will you read me a book? I'm kind of in the middle of something, Mini Pie. I can read to you later. Okay? Yeah. I know you like this book. We'll read it later, okay? Why don't I get you some treats for right now? Did you like that? These are from last... You didn't eat those last time. You eat them now? Let's see if we can trick you to eating those by putting some fresh ones there. What are those? Sorry, to startle you. Well, I give you too many. Now you're not going to finish it. Yeah, there we go. You got to pay the landlord here. Is the stream going till midnight? I don't think so, Petrodactylus, no. I'm still getting over a cold or something that I picked up in Monterey. So I'm not going to go till midnight, but well, for a while longer. What do you think? Pretty good? You're dropping crumbs everywhere. Such a messy eater. You're so messy. No. So yeah, anyway, I've got a cold or something like that I'm trying to get over right now, and I also have to be elsewhere tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. I've got to help with some babysitting. So I'm gonna get up bright and early tomorrow and be at my destination by 8 a.m. So probably not gonna stay up till midnight. You gonna eat the crumbs? There we go. It's less for me to clean up. What's up with you? Look at this mess. Oh boy. All right. Clean this up. What are you doing? Huh? Oh, Mini Pie. Cat saliva. Cat treat crumbs everywhere now. Let's continue this.
Remembering they were set up 5 or 6.
As we understand a lot more.
They may look sort of quaint to us because they're a mid-Victorian image of what people thought at the time, but they were carefully based on the available evidence. It's worth remembering they were set up 5 or 6 years before Darwin's Origin of Species, the book from 1859, that many people regard as the seminal or key work in all of the biological sciences. We have many more fossils, so our job is much easier than it was for Owen and Hawkins back in the 1850s. If you have many
especially
fossils,
Hawkins.
many of which are complete, the whole skeleton shows you that in fact some of these animals that he showed as quadrupeds were bipeds, they were up on their hind legs. But the other big thing that's changed, of course, apart from all the new fossils,
Thanks for being here.
are ways of analyzing the fossils. So some of the equipment, some of the techniques that we can use that they did not have. What we now have are computer visualization techniques so that you can ask a question like, how fast could Tyrannosaurus rex run? And so we can take the skeleton and scan it and read it into a computer as a three-dimensional model.
Johnson68, Happy New Year to you too.
Relatively
Thanks for being
widely
here.
available softwares
Appreciate
that
you.
our students can now use to essentially animate the skeleton, make it move. And in doing that, you're not necessarily trying to make a movie in the sense of Jurassic Park. You're trying to make a movie in the sense of Edward Muybridge, who was a great Victorian who famously made film of galloping horses and humans running and walking to try to capture the complexity of locomotion.
With things like feathers on dinosaurs, we now know that feathers were fairly common among some of the dinosaurs. That was all brand new information within the last.
And there even says, don't they look at the distance between footprints too? Yeah, if we're trying to figure out how quickly dinosaurs actually moved, there's some calculations that you can run using fossil trackways. I'll show that to you here. There is a little explanation of that in here, as I recall. It's my old copy of Spencer Lucas's Dinosaurs, the textbook, 2nd edition. I had this when I was in like 4th grade, the college textbook. I read it cover to cover. I was delighted to be able to purchase this. Holy cow. Where's the locomotion one? Let's see. Because there's a little infographic about how do you determine the speed at which dinosaurs ran based on trackways, and they even have the calculation all laid out there. A little mathematical formula. Hang on, this is really falling apart. Figure 13.2. Is that what we're looking for? We had another question about the that Acrocanthosaurus and Pleurocoelus trackway in Texas. I think in the Paluxy River. It's been suggested that shows a predation event, like a big theropod dinosaur hopping on one foot to bite a sauropod, and I think that idea has largely been abandoned. I think Jim Farlow published a paper on that saying that, yeah, the absence of that one footprint is probably it wasn't actually hopping on one foot and jumping up to bite that sauropod. It's most likely just that particular footprint got eroded, and that's why it's missing. Anyhow, here's what I wanted to show you. Yeah, speed estimates from dinosaur footprints. So, relative stride length is the length of stride in meters divided by the leg length in meters. And then dimensionless speed, there's the calculation there. Yeah. So anyway, there's a way to actually calculate out how fast an animal was walking or running just by looking at the footprints if you know the hip height and the stride length, the length of the limbs, all that stuff. So, yeah. Yeah, I hope that makes sense. And X-Men says, is there a reason that illustrations of feathers on dinosaurs, like the arm feathers we just saw, seem to be sticking out at a 90-degree angle? Oh, X-Men, in this case, it's because these animatronics didn't originally have feathers on them. I don't think. I think they just kind of slapped these on as an afterthought. That's why they look so awkward. But, you know, a properly feathered dinosaur. It should look more like... I don't know, more like this. Like a big ground-running bird, you know? That's pretty decent. I like this one, too. Yeah. But yeah, much more bird-like. Anytime that the feathers look really awkward on a dinosaur, it's probably not really drawn properly. You know? So yeah. Yeah. And Otter do it. Hey, thank you for being here. Appreciate you, Otter. I'll see you next year. Yeah. This is Utah Raptor right here. Much more natural looking, says X-Men. There you go. Yeah. Much better than this, you know?
Some of the...
Again, these at the Natural History Museum in London, at least they have feathers, even if it's not particularly good. I remember talking with some of the paleontologists there. I was there last month. I won't say who, but somebody said, I asked, you know, what would you do to improve the dinosaur hall at the museum in London? And they said, you know, a big enough bomb would fix it up nice and good. Not big fans of how it looks right now. But there are big plans to make modifications. Oh, hello, Moon Pie. My goodness. We have a Moon Pie appearance. Moon Pie, do you want to come say hello to chat? Come on up here, Moon Pie. Wow, we might have an elusive Moon Pie appearance. Hey, come on up here. Just going to ignore her.
This is Laura Dern of Jurassic Park. Digging up dinosaurs is
Iron
hard,
Monkey, yes.
frustrating work. It takes months or years, so leave it to the professionals.
Let's see. Could we be so lucky? Let's see here. Let's see if we can get Moon Pie to make an appearance. Let's see. Well, well, well. The ever elusive Moon Pie. Wow. My goodness, you know what that means, chat. That's a cat trick right there. We have all 3 cats.
Oh, baby, a triple! Oh, yeah!
Moon Pie almost never shows up on stream. It's because Ios and Lordy are both gone right now, doing some babysitting. Moon Pie, how are you doing? Will you say hello to the camera for everybody? Well, well, well. Why don't you show them your beautiful face? Turn around. They want to see that you're different from Mini Pie. Everybody knows Mini Pie. She was just here. But Moon Pie... Moon Pie looks different. Don't you, Moon Pie? Yeah, come here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you got that truncated face. You got the brachyrostron condition with your short snout. Moon Pie's always very mucusy. There's Moon Pie. There we go. Moon Pie, it's such a rare privilege to have you here. What a treat. What a treat, Moon Pie. You'll even get to see, if she turns around, the white spot she has on her chest. There you go. It's hiding behind your food transponder. There we go. Oh, Moon Pie. Yeah. How many cat tricks have we had? Not very many. Not very many. It's not very common you show up here, Moon Pie. See, it's very difficult to entice Moon Pie to show up on stream because she doesn't like treats. So, yeah, there's not much that can convince her to show up apart from loneliness, I guess. Given that both Ios and Lordy are out of the house right now, Moon Pie wanted to come check on me. Make sure everything's good, get a few cuddles. Yeah. 21, only 21 times. Well, well, well. Yeah. You do like plants, huh? Well, that's a dangerous spot to put your tail right under the... But look. Do you want to take a look at the Christmas tree, Moon Pie? Oh, she sees another cat through the cat hole. Come here, Moon Pie. Hey. Oh, she's gonna go chase Mini Pie now. Okay, never mind. She does really love plants, so sometimes if I have like a plant set up on my desk, she'll come over and say hello. But yeah. Such a pretty Christmas tree. Thank you, Ash Rubber. Yeah. Here, do we have a clip of when we put up the tree, I wonder? Let's see. There, let's find clips. Clips from the last 30 days. Did nobody clip our... Oh. See, this is what I'm talking about, where I need to encourage people to do clips more. I don't think we have a single clip of the our Christmas tree. Oh well. We'll get better at that in the new year. Anywho. Oh, no worries, Claire. Yeah, no worries.
They famously made film of galloping horses and humans running and walking to try to capture the complexity of locomotion.
With things like feathers on dinosaurs, we now know that feathers were fairly common among some of the dinosaurs. That was all brand new information within the last few decades, and it sort of worked its way into our understanding, but it's still changing quite a lot. One of the big topics of discussion is color and surface texture on the animals themselves. The amount of muscle and fat, those are things that we have to interpret. We don't really know at this point. In the past, we thought we wouldn't actually ever be able to find that information out, and now new fossils are occasionally coming to light, but also new ways of understanding information and weaving it together.
The correct position now would not be to laugh at Owen and Hawkins, because they were doing their best. And of course, if we were to laugh at them and say, oh, they were very silly, they got it wrong, well, what will people say in 100 years' time about our current images of dinosaurs?
The Crystal Palace dinosaurs.
And Ornis, yeah, Diplodocus. We didn't quite have the coloration for the Diplodocus, but it's like there's hints that it may have had color variation. We don't know what those colors were, but we think that there was some patterning differences. Yeah, here we go. Nope, that's from a couple years ago. Here we go. Yeah. First evidence of color in sauropods. It's not really about the color itself, it's just that there's some... It seems to be different kinds of color cells, but pinpointing those to specific colors is really difficult. That's my understanding thus far. Anyway.
Those are really important because they were the first moment that that interpretation was brought to life, and you could actually see something that looked very convincing.
I don't know when I put up the tree, Claire. It was a while ago.
Animal, just a little bit different from how we think of them today.
Standing here and listening to planes go above and listening to people walk around and do their jogging and things, it's strange to think of how different it would have been sort of 170 years ago when people were coming here for a day out and perhaps promenading about, looking at each other's outfits and
there goes Stormy. Yeah, really cool, right?
That were important in society. We are standing on the terraces at the top of Crystal Palace Park. Behind us in 1854 we would have seen the Crystal Palace itself that had been moved from the Great Exhibition in Hyde Park and brought here
down
to create what was going to become a big commercial endeavour and a huge site of knowledge and of learning and of excitement as well, so kind of a theme park. It was a huge building, so it went from over there and it went all the way across the park to the other side.
Yeah, bonkers.
They landscaped the whole park. Part of that was the dinosaurs down at the end of the park, so it would have been a full day of entertainment for the Victorians. This was a huge building, and to begin with, a great success. Millions of people came here. They built 2 railway stations to service the number of people that were coming to visit, and then gradually it fell into decline. At the beginning of the 20th century, it wasn't used so much, people didn't come, it was hugely expensive to maintain, and they fell into debt. Eventually, in 1936, something happened one night in November, and the whole thing burnt down.
Yep. Bad news for the dinosaurs and their allies as well.
So what's left today? Not a lot really. We can see some of the structures of the landscapes that were around. There are some statues still here, and of course down at the southeast end of the park there are the Crystal Palace dinosaurs which survived. They weren't anywhere near the fire, and we can still walk around them and see them today and see that really important piece of landscaping that the Victorians left for us there. Yep. After the fire in 1936.
It's always funny for me, excuse me, as an American, I don't feel like we really have that kind of nomenclature. You hear English people talk about, oh, the Victorians, the Victorians. It almost sounds like something out of Star Trek, talking about the Romulans or the Klingons or something. Sir, main screen, the Victorians are attacking. Do we really have that in American parlance? I guess you would say the pioneers or the pilgrims or something, but like this idea that there was a name for a group of people during a, like, you know, British people during the Victorian era were called Victorians. Do we really have that here in the US? It just sounds interesting and funny to my American ears, you know? Antebellum, yeah, but that's we wouldn't say antebellumites or something like that, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah, we don't really have that here in the States. Colonists, you would say that, Claire, but that's not like all the people at the time. There were lots of other people on this continent during that time. You had native people, indigenous people, you had, yeah, you know, a catch-all term for people from a certain period of time. I don't think that's really something that we do in the States. Boomers. Oh, you know what, Dirt or Bust? You got me. You got me. We do have that, don't we? The baby boom, boomers. Although, I don't know, saying Victorians almost like exoticizes that to a certain extent. It's like, oh yes, what would the Victorians have thought? You wouldn't say that about like, oh yeah, what would the boomers have thought? Or maybe you would. I don't know. I don't feel like it's a direct one-to-one comparison, but it's an interesting thought. Yeah. Edwardian, Georgian, And yeah, there you go, the Raven. Yeah, yeah. Which, the flappers. Well, HCF, I don't think you would call Herbert Hoover a flapper, even though he was alive at the time. Would you call Henry Ford a flapper? I don't think Amelia Earhart would be well, she was from the 30s. That was kind of her heyday. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, interesting. Victorians. Yeah, I don't feel like that's something we really have as much in the States. It's interesting.
And we can still walk around them and see them today and see that really important...
Centuries or decades, yes, as Charles Dragon. Yeah, yeah.
After the...
I don't know. And part of that, too, might just be that during the Victorian era, there was, like, kind of... I don't know. People in England thought of themselves as being on top of the world. I guess much like Americans do today. I don't know. It's interesting. Yeah. The era, though, McCarthy, Clinton era, etc. Yeah, RB4 too. Yeah, I guess. But those are much smaller portions of time. I wonder if it's just that the United States as a concept is far newer and its history is far more truncated than, say, England's history, you know? Denver Fowler used to say this to me all the time when we'd be in the field. You're like, oh, America has no history. You know, I would find clay pipes in my garden that are older than your whole country. And he's right about that, you know? Maybe it has something to do with that. I wonder.
The fire in 1936, the park was basically closed down. It was too dangerous for people to come in here, and then we had the Second World War, and it wasn't until the 1950s when people started to come back into the park and tidy it up, and the dinosaurs got renovated then.
And here, let's show a clip from the 1950s. Illustrating that. Here we go. From 1950, in fact.
If you told your friends you'd seen these on your way home, they'd probably ask to smell your breath. The only thing to do would be to take them back and let them see for themselves. And the place you'd take them would be the geological island in the grounds of Crystal Palace, London.
I know you're good, Claire. Thank you, Claire. You didn't have to do that. I appreciate it.
Standing there for nearly 100 years, they're the work of the late Mr.
Oh man, you would not do that today, just climbing on top of these. Oh, it makes me shudder. Like, these are very delicate. You don't want to do that kind of thing. Oh boy.
Standing there for nearly 100 years, they're the work of the late Mr. B.W. Hawkins, Assistant Superintendent of the 1851 Hyde Park exhibition. And all in all, he spent 3.5 years making the 33 life-size reproductions of extinct monsters on which he was an expert.
It's the mosasaur there, I think. There's the Iguanod.
Once the pride of Victorian London, the gardens and the monsters are the playground of youngsters. And it's a wonderful place for fun and games.
Careful.
Oh boy, don't ever do that on a dark night. So they lie, a reminder of two distant ages, the prehistoric and the age of our grandfathers.
Oh boy. Let me see if I can find another clip. From 9 years later. Oh, well, this is from 4 years later, actually.
First on our list of things to avoid on dark nights or on the mornings after are the stucco models of prehistoric animals at London's Crystal Palace. The work of the late Waterhouse Hawkins 100 years ago, 33 life-size reproductions are housed on an island in the palace grounds.
I like this music.
These monsters are iguanodons, a species of dinosaur even the ancient Britons wouldn't have wanted for a pet. particularly the armor-plated ones called Hylaeosaurus.
Is he implying that Hylaeosaurus is a type of iguanodon? That's so funny. Oh boy.
Giving them the brush off is all part of a day's work for keeper Jim Wyatt, but he's glad it is daytime. Not the birdie to watch when someone's taking your picture is the 6-foot pterodactyl, but like all of them, just the pet to keep around if you don't like visitors.
And then there's one more right here from 1959.
From the gardens of tomorrow to the gardens of yesterday, prehistoric times in fact, when in place of lizards and snails, our ancestors had these monsters to contend with. However, you'll be happy to know that these are merely stone and cement models of the creatures that roamed Earth millions of years ago. The only collection found in a natural setting in England. The location is London's Crystal Palace, and reason for our visit, a super-scale spring clean. After all, they've been there for well over 100 years now.
So there was a lot of restoration work, but not all of it was done with the kind of care and attention that was probably necessary at the time to like really restore these to the point that they would have looked back in the 1850s. A lot of it was a little slapdash.
Renovating is Polish-born sculptor Mr. Biankowski, whose Christian name, aptly enough, is Adam. Of course, not all of the 20
and there you go, Gav, yeah.
dinosaurs to pterodactyls in the park need
More
extensive
examples if you're better at naming eras. Yeah, there you go.
Only a few coats of paint. Painter and decorator Gordon Free is probably happier than he cares to admit he doesn't have to work nights on this job. Although
yeah, this repeated theme like, oh, don't want to see these after the sun goes down. Okay. Like all three of these videos we watched have that same joke.
Gordon Free is probably happier than he cares to admit he doesn't have to work nights on this job. Although, no doubt, after a few weeks, even the most fearsome-looking creatures don't seem so bad. Each of the animals is given several coats of paint, the colors carefully blended to heighten the natural appearance, under the supervision of Dr. Swinton of the British Museum Natural History Section.
Huh.
The monsters took 5 years to construct originally, being finished in 1853. This one was finished too, but
they were not finished in 1853 because the famous dinner in the Iguanodon occurred on New Year's Eve in 1853, and they weren't done yet. I think it was actually 1855 that they were completed, or it could have been 1854. But anyway, that part's not correct.
But lost its head in World War, finished in 1853. This one was finished too, but lost its head in World War II bombing, which, as you can imagine, was enough to make any prehistoric creature lose its head.
And I've not been able to find any confirmation of that either. That, like, during the Blitz, the plesiosaur had its head blown off. That, like, a German bomb knocked that off. There were lots of things in London that were destroyed. In fact, there were a great number of important fossils that were destroyed by German bombs in the UK in World War II. That sounds like an embellishment. It doesn't sound like it's legit. Yeah, Claire says, let me look into it. Yeah, go ahead, Claire. Thank you.
Being finished in 1853. This one was finished too, but lost its head in World War II bombing, which, as you can imagine, was enough to make any prehistoric creature lose its head. Come to think of it, almost as wearing must have been the hordes of tiny but fearless human monsters who've climbed all over them for the past century.
Yep.
Fortunately for them, we grown-ups are generally timid enough to keep a respectful distance.
And unfortunately, that is often not the case. Yeah, here. Here, take a look.
Finally, let us take you to a corner of the capital famous for its dinosaurs lurking around the lake in Crystal Palace Park. They are a much-loved part of the landscape, created by a Victorian sculptor over 160 years ago. However, one of them suffered a bit of a mishap during lockdown,
that makes sense,
so
Claire.
required a rather unusual facelift. Jim Weeble has the story.
When finished in 1854, these concrete giants were cutting edge, the like never seen before. So when over 100-kilogram chunk fell off the Megalosaurus in Crystal Palace Park last May, hearts sank as a disfigured face looked on. Fitting that modern technology.
And last May would have been 4 years ago, so this would have been, what, 2020?
Came to the rescue. White line scanning created a millimetre-perfect image. Giving birth to the past, a 3D printer creates a new jaw overnight. Fresh out of the oven. Next to the paint job.
So at the moment we're painting it to match the weathered historic one. You can see here with the historic, it's made of early Portland cement and tile backings to reinforce it. Quite a substantial weight, as opposed to the new prosthesis, which is hollow and plastic.
Now you can see the Megalosaurus behind me looking in a pretty sorry state without its jaw. It's the moment of truth now. Is it all going to fit? How do you feel, Tim? Do you feel confident?
Oh, really confident. It'll fit.
Nice.
Now, I'm not an expert in these things, but I'd say that is a fairly cracking first fix.
How is that? Holy cow. Beautiful.
For those who raised money along with Bromley Council and then secured COVID recovery funding, it's a good day.
So happy, really, really happy. I really noticed that people don't take photographs of it anymore, which is really quite sad. So it'd be nice to see people engaging with the sculpture, taking photographs of it and enjoying it again, because I feel like it being broken has made people not enjoy it so much. So it would be really nice to see people enjoying the sculpture.
Makes sense, yeah.
The suspicion is the damage was caused by people jumping the fence and climbing on it for fun. Something that those who protect them are pleading for people not to do. So the Megalosaurus can stay intact for another century. Jim Weeble, BBC London.
I'd like to see them do that to a real Megalosaurus, you know? Wouldn't go so well. Anyhow, back to our documentary here.
Dangerous for people to come in here, and then we had the Second World War, and it wasn't until the 1950s when people started to come back into the park and tidy it up, and the dinosaurs got renovated then. The last major round of conservation on the whole site happened in around 2001, 2002. And since then there has been work done on some of the individual sculptures, but never on the whole site.
There they were, they're wonderful, this wonderful historic landmark. And I was introduced to them through my friend and colleague, Joe Kane, who is a historian of science. And from a distance, they all look fine as sculptures. But when you get up close, you notice that the sculptures are crumbling. And speaking to Joe about it, we thought somebody should do something about fixing them up. Turned out that that doesn't happen just by itself. You need to actually get people motivated to do things and to form an organization and to basically encourage the council, who are the owners of the sculptures, to do the right thing and make sure that they're properly conserved. Joe and I founded an organization called Friends of Crystal Palace Dinosaurs. We had the idea for it in 2013, formed as a board by 2014. Then the rest has been getting conservation work done, getting enthusiasm raised, making sure that people know why the dinosaurs are important. That's improving the interpretation
I'm not
about
sure
it.
about that.
Improving access.
I've never heard any indication.
Giving tours for people. I think with lots of things in life, there's this first moment where you realize that there is some kind of a problem, and you look around for whoever it is that's responsible, and you want to ask them to do something. And when you realize that that just doesn't happen automatically, you realize that somebody that makes things happen has to be you, it has to be us, it has to be a bunch of us all working together. So that's what we're about, is trying to give give a little bit of a structure and context for people to work together.
I think it's beautiful, you know?
People are happy to wear high-vis. We've been asked to wear high-vis.
I take it we need the watering can up there.
We certainly do. Thank you for volunteering.
We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spades. Yes, let's go.
So what we're doing with Friends of Crystal Palace Dinosaurs is making sure that this amazing site stays well conserved and that its message gets broadcast to the public today as well. We need you guys, the fans of the dinosaurs, to come and help us do that. So we're really glad that you could come today. This is our moment of putting in today's equivalent.
There you go, Charlie's Dragon. Thank you for posting that.
Actually, I should let.
So yeah, this organization is on Blue Sky, and I believe I'm already following them. Bingo! There we go. Yeah. Excuse me. But yeah, give them a follow if you're on Blue Sky. They're doing really cool stuff. Oh, and they've got new updates page for the regeneration of the park. Very, very cool. And there you go. Yeah. Very cool. Oh, and this is in the news. Excellent. We will take a look at this later. Brilliant. We're not sure what vibes we're getting from this photo. A boxer? Artist muse? Superhero? Grieving war widow? What do you think, chat? Our sitting iguanodon with some kind of shawl or cape or robe or... what would you call that? Interesting. Very cool. Anyway, let's continue.
Louise Yates, say a few comments. She's our garden designer.
Hello. Yes, thank you, Eleanor.
Yep.
Yeah, this is a terrific opportunity, but really quite a challenge. To have something this important and this big, 90% of it being done by volunteer labour is terrific.
And Kauka, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Happy New Year to you.
So that's really nice.
If you do that with all of them.
Wizard, wizard. I like that,
When I
Petrodactylus,
first came
yeah.
here in June to start helping out, all of this was really covered in weeds, you know, it was a bit of a state, and some of the dinosaurs, you couldn't actually see that much of them. The ichthyosaurs down there were pretty much, you know, covered in vegetation.
Not dinosaurs, but we get what she means.
Designed to try and take away all the stuff that, these plants that shouldn't be here, all of the weeds, and to plant it back in a way as close as we can to how the plants would have been at the time of the dinosaurs.
This is the world's first Jurassic Park, in quotes, but it's also a lot more than that. It goes into basically the parts of geologic time where animals first came onto land and they interacted with plants when they did that, and that part of the story has been missing, and we're going to bring that back. We've got a team of
Very cool.
volunteers.
Yeah, because as I recall, there used to be a big cycad underneath the raised arm of the sitting iguanodon for years and years. It's kind of portrayed here. Yeah, there we go. What a beautiful illustration, too. And this is on Mark Whitten's blog. Mark Whitten is one of the experts on the Crystal Palace dinosaurs. But check that out. So that's the reason why it had its arm raised like that, is they had a live cycad tree underneath it. Either a cycad or a tree fern, I think, depending on which time it was in. Yeah. There's one there. That looks like a cycad underneath. It's like Codex, the big trunk of a cycad. Cycads are these wonderful plants that they were very common during the Mesozoic, not so common today. But the one that you at home are probably familiar with, chances are, is the sago cycad. Sometimes called a sago palm. It's not actually a palm, it's a cycad. But these are very common in cultivation today. So you see them in office parks and shopping malls and any place that you want like a slow-growing, beautiful, tropical-looking but pretty low-maintenance plant. Cycas revoluta, the sago cycad, might be your best bet. They're really cool, and I think that's what's there. That looks like, yeah, like a sago cycad. Anyhow.
We've been working on it for about 6 months.
I'm not an expert on paleological planting. I did maybe a term of that at university a million years ago in geological time. I've got to try and marry that prehistoric fantasy with the practical reality of how things will actually do well and survive, as well as be authentic. So yeah, it's a huge challenge, that. We're talking about time before there were pollinators, so they weren't flowers at all. And we're talking about ferns, horsetails, which are these weird things that
nice.
barely changed. This is why people call them living fossils. Monkey puzzle tree.
An Araucaria, yeah.
That has hardly changed since it was a fossil. Anyone who does
Super cool.
it's very fierce. We just need to mind how we go. The ones we
I'm growing one of these in my backyard right now, a monkey puzzle tree.
blending into the new weeds that are coming up. Whoa, hey. This is a piece of theatre. This is a really visual space. People can't generally get onto it. All they can do is look at it like a stage. We've got to lay it all out and make it look exciting. And the challenge down here is that the plants that we've got to work with, they're all very similar because they're all that survives of fossil plants today. And so I wanted to be able to put in something that was visually really different so that it looks exciting from over there, which is the nearest most people can get to it. And the horsetails are really unusual. They're really different. These are cute. Yeah, they are, aren't they? I mean, these are very kind of 1960s bungalow plants. But after I've played with all the fun, imaginary, fantasy, creative stuff, you have to still think about, is there enough water for this plant on this island? How expensive is it? I mean, we've got our 6 tree ferns. They are only grown in the southern hemisphere. They have to come all the way over here with passports and goodness only knows what. They are very delicate plants. You don't want to cover this island with things that are then going to die on you.
Right. And I kind of feel like that's what happened before with the, like with these cycads and stuff like that, is a lot of them did die. You know, it's almost like flowers in a vase that they put out for a short time and then it's just in the process of withering and dying, you know?
Ultimately, it's about making something that looks really amazing.
And yeah, they could put in magnolia, not roses, but magnolia would work, Starmy, yeah. Yeah.
Who quite reasonably doesn't know anything about botany, saying that looks quite boring and green. That's why I've stuck my neck out and said, let's put some horsetails in, because they're crazy.
Nice. Yeah.
I've got a background in theatre. I wanted to put some theatre in.
That's awesome.
Design as well, because it's a stage.
They picked the right woman for the job.
The challenge as a designer is that you never really stop thinking about something that is exciting and difficult and it's going to present lots of potential problems. You know, you're brushing your teeth, you're thinking about it. You're going to work and you're thinking about it. You know, good design actually is a response to real challenges. I'm enjoying these challenges.
We'll let that soak for a bit, see how they go. Well done.
We are also going to do some campaigning for our bridge project. We are in this difficult situation of having a temporary bridge that costs a lot of money to put up. It's not a sustainable situation. There is no funding for us to do this beyond sort of the next couple months. So we need to find a new solution.
What we found, the thing that people really like is to come onto the island in a tour context and to actually get up to the
Oh man, I would love to be able to do this.
Feel that their size and their magic up close. At the moment, because there is no bridge access, it's very difficult for us to offer tours. So after a couple of years of discussing this with the council about how to get a new bridge put in, we have initiated a fundraising campaign, crowdfunding from the community with support from the mayor. And once we've got that bridge, we can offer tours to people on a regular basis. The mayor has put in about £30,000. We've just had support from some celebrities who've said that they think it's a really smashingly good idea.
Slash, okay, nice.
Slash, who is from South London, is a huge fan of the Crystal Palace dinosaurs.
Oh, that is so cool.
So yeah, lots of support on all ends of the spectrum.
Oh, nice.
We've got the money, we've got all this great help from you guys, and the dinosaurs are slowly and lovingly being restored to their former glory. So, yeah, we've got fingers crossed that we can keep all of this stuff alive. We've just got to get cracking.
This is a very important project for us. We are fabricating a bridge for Friends of Crystal Palace dinosaurs. The bridge is about 8 metres long and it's for access from the bank of the lake to the island on which the dinosaurs are on. It's fabricated from mild steel and it will be galvanised and then will be installed in the park. Friends of Crystal Palace dinosaurs have raised money from a variety of sources and we're giving our time at cost rates to build it and we're looking for sponsorship for all the various elements.
It's so cool to see what people can do when they...
Some of the techniques that we're using are really unusual. It's not something that's been done extensively.
What they can achieve when they band together under a common cause like this, you know?
From the comb and into the parapet, the bridge parapet, is a really interesting, innovative way of working, which we're hoping will be more commonly used after this. So it's fascinating on many levels, and it's something that will get a lot of attention once it's in place. The bridge, most of the time, will be sitting in the middle of the lake, and you won't.
Oh, right, this is that bridge that turns.
When we want to get maintenance access, it will be pulled into position, rotated around a central point, and we'll be able to walk over the bridge and onto the island.
So we've seen this. They finished this a while ago, but this is super cool.
I think it's pretty natural, especially when you get up close to those sculptures, to sort of feel their power and energy.
I think one of the things I really like about being on the island is you get a sort of sense of the diorama that was set up, in that you've got Megalosaurus sneaking up on its lunch, this poor little Hylosaurus who has no idea what's about to hit it, but there's a definite look of hunger in the eyes. The dinosaurs have been here for over 150 years. They're made out of concrete. They weren't probably intended to still be standing here at the time. And just things such as the weather, when it gets cold and there's any rain in there, that will freeze and that will expand when it becomes ice, so that makes cracks. We've had plants growing out of them and we get these huge cracks in the dinosaurs, and that is what we're trying to stop with the conservation work. These are our pterosaurs. As you can see, one of them's looking a bit healthier than the other. We think this is vandalism. I think it was some point in the 90s. So this poor guy hasn't got much of a face left. There were also 2 more sculptures which have been lost entirely.
People are really delighted to get onto the island because it is pretty fun, but they don't always behave properly if they're on their own, and they will inadvertently and sometimes tragically, intentionally, they'll cause damage.
You and me both, Raven. Oh,
Vandalism on the dinosaurs has been a problem in the past. We do have photos of them from, say, the 1990s with graffiti on them and things. What we see is things like the back of the Hylaeosaur. The spikes are starting to go missing because people are using them to climb up onto the sculpture.
Most people really want to conserve the site and are respectful, but stuff happens, so we want to make sure that the security is good on the island. For that, we want to control access. It's also really, really important that we get conservators onto the island on a regular basis to monitor the sculptures.
People get onto the island using the 2 weirs either side, and that's been a problem for a long time. The waterways are not maintained in the way that they perhaps should be.
In the last 15 years, often the island has been inaccessible and nobody has kept track of the damage, and it's been allowed to sort of snowball to increase.
Yeah. Ugh.
When I see people on the island and I see images of people climbing on the sculptures, it makes me feel a bit sad that they don't understand the significance of the site that they have accessed, that they're trespassing upon. I run the social media, and I opened up the Instagram page, and a member of the public had sent a photograph of the megalosaur with half its face missing, saying, "Do you know about this?" And I went, no, I don't know about this. There were cracks existing on the sculpture already, so we knew that there was already a problem. We also know that people do hang from the jaw on it as well. One of the first things that we needed to do when the jaw broke was to retrieve the pieces and make sure that they were stored safely. So the charity went on and did that. And what we then needed to think about was how to make the dinosaur look whole, make the sculpture look whole without getting the money for the full work, because we knew that that wasn't going to happen straight away.
It took over my whole life. It's all I can say, but it's taken a few years. It has taken several years. Well, my name's Rhys Griffin, and I've got a background in digital art and 3D animation.
Oh, Sinosauropteryx, very cool.
And I was always sort of keen to find a way to contribute things I knew and my background to sort of do something more substantial for the sculptures. I was growing increasingly just, concerned about the condition of them and just how dilapidated they were getting, and nothing seemed to ever be getting done. So I started looking online because I was thinking of making a fuss myself somehow, and then I found the Friends of Crystal Palace Dinosaurs were already there, sort of trying to solve it. This was quite a few years back. Well, it's getting more and more familiar now. People have it on their phones. A process called photogrammetry, which basically processes lots and lots of photographs to create a 3D geometry.
So I've done this. We've talked a lot about photogrammetry on these streams before. You can get free apps on your phone to do this kind of thing. You're just taking a whole bunch of photographs, and then the program takes those and figures out their orientation, the angles that the photos were taken from, and it can generate a 3D model based on that.
Scan. You get a scan of the overall shape, and then after that there's this long laborious process where, really with the bigger ones, where you have to go and scan a foot, and then you have to scan a leg, and you basically just do each bit separately. And
if you're doing a huge model like that and you're trying to do it in really high detail, that is going to take a really long time.
Actually, with the heads, they're more intricate. I've sometimes done several different scanning passes on their heads, and then you combine that all together into this sort of mega detailed 3D scan of the whole sculpture.
There's a labyrinthodont there.
It does take
I'd love to get hold of that.
Because I'm doing the work solo, alone. We began with the hardest ones of all. We began with the 4 big dinosaurs on the island. All 4 big dinosaurs.
Oh man, I would love to get my hands on the files for the Hylaeosaurus and print that. We've got the Iguanodon already, right here. This has been available for years, and yeah. In fact, I'd love to print this in a little bit higher resolution. It'd take a long time, but it would be super, super cool. But yeah, there's the Iguanodon right there.
We scan now in detail, tail to head. But getting the complete detailed scans finished is...
It is worth asking the Raven. I should ask.
Then I have to create a sort of 3D asset, then properly put detailed textures on them, and then you sort of have a finished piece of 3D geometry that can be opened in lots of different programs and turned into 3D assets that can be used for multiple purposes, like 3D animation, still image visualization, 3D printing, which people are excited about. So the scans that are being done now are a snapshot, an accurate, super detailed snapshot of how they are at this time. For that reason, they will never date. So the technology will change. Maybe things will get more efficient or faster, but their value as historical records will always be there. You know, the same way a historical photograph never loses.
Let's take a look at these. I think these might be up on Sketchfab. So we'll search Hylaeosaurus, and there we go. There's the Crystal Palace Dinosaurs collection here on Sketchfab. And they've got, looks like all of them. Hylaeosaurus, this is not downloadable. So I would have to ask special permission to be able to get these files. But there it is right there. Just gorgeous, you know? Really beautiful model there. Yeah. lovely.
Its value. It's the same with the 3D scans. Luckily, we got the Megalosaurus before the damage, before the jaw fell down, so we have a complete scan and super
Nice.
high res detail.
So that's how they were able to actually...
Before it collapsed. And we
Yeah.
also had scans of all the separate fragments, the major complete fragments.
That's how they're able to reconstruct it. Super cool.
Which could be used to reconstruct it, you know, repair it when hopefully there'll be a full repair with the original material. And that would have been impossible to do properly without having the complete scan of the head to start with. So it was so lucky.
Dosaurus. I've long thought that would be super, super cool to do. If anybody ever did a dinosaur-themed restaurant or something, even if it were like a cafe at a museum, and they wanted it to be dinosaur paleontology themed, this is my first thought, is recreate the dinner in the Iguanodon, you know? Like, how cool would this be? I want to eat a crumpet and Iggy. There you go, the Raven. Yeah, yeah. That would be super, super cool. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm right there with you. Right there with you.
One reason I'm doing it like this is because I knew it wouldn't get done otherwise, because it would cost too much money. And I just saw this as a way that I could make a difference. You know,
Good for him.
I could
Holy
really
cow.
do something substantial for them. And they're important enough to me. I was happy to sacrifice some of my life to do this.
There is very little information available about the dinosaurs. We don't really have much of an archive. One of the things that we're doing as a charity is to try and create something called the Dinosaur Monitor Project, and that's where we ask members of the public to send us their old photographs of the dinosaurs so that we can track what's happened to them, different paint jobs that they've had, different ways
Look
they've
at
been
this.
preserved.
Holy
This
cow.
proved
This is back in, what, the 80s, I think? Or might have been the earliest 90s. There was this crazy paint job on the Megalosaurus. Striking, but yeah, there's something to be said for it, but it's also not the original intent of Benjamin Waterhouse Hawkins, the original artist, to have it like this. So, you know, it's cool that they did this for a while, but I don't know.
really interesting already, because in 2010, it seems, the Iguanodon had a whole piece of its jaw missing. We don't know anything about it. The council don't know anything about it. Today we've just put something out on our social media and said, does anyone know what happened here? Because we've got no archive records of it. And that was only 10 years ago.
Yeah, shoot.
The Hylaeosaur head has been replaced. We don't know when, we don't know who by, and we don't know why they did it, really. So the one that's on there at the moment is a fiberglass replacement. We think it was done in maybe the 90s.
Oh, hang on. I'm sorry. What did she say?
That was only 10 years ago. The Hylaeosaur head has been replaced. We don't know when, we don't know who by, and we don't know why they did it, really.
So the whole head of the Hylaeosaurus has been... It's not the original, and they don't know who did the restoration.
So the one that's on there at the moment is a fiberglass replacement. We think it was done in maybe the 1970s, and the original head is up on the hill. If you look inside, you can see 1854 scratched inside it. That's a piece of heritage that's just been left out on the in the public. People stand on it, their kids jump on it, their dogs walk on it. And that's, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, because why would you assume that you couldn't? But it's just very strange that it's just been left there.
Yeah.
It's funny because, I mean, there are some people who would say this is a piece of art, it's to be interacted with, and people should be able to do whatever they want with it because that's part of the history of it.
Yeah, but they shouldn't be able to destroy it. I mean, yeah, and clearly she doesn't think that either.
So you get this kind of interesting, like, anti-conservation thing. Like, no, you should just let them decay and let them do what what nature intended, which I think is
But I think it's a very misguided viewpoint, because if they had taken that same tack in the 1950s or the 1970s, these would not be around anymore. They'd be completely gone. And you wouldn't have this wonderful thing bringing people together and uniting them under a common cause. It's this idea that, like, oh, well, you know, just let everything deteriorate, who cares, and whatever. Like, I couldn't disagree more.
An interesting point of view, but it's not mine.
Yeah, I agree with her.
It's really nice to work in a project that has a really strong community focus, where people from the community come and spend a lot of their energy and give of their skills to make it happen, and that's really, really positive. It's really one of the big motivators. I think that's why all of us are in this to some degree. We just like it, and it's fun, and we meet wonderful people.
Mayor Space says, let the world crumble into dust. It's not natural to have good things. Yeah, there you go, Mayor Space.
The dinosaurs, they have captured people's imagination, and there isn't anything else like these, as far as I'm aware, not just in London, but across the country.
They are unique.
So many people just love these dinosaurs.
There's nothing like this in the world.
My son loves the dinosaurs, and I feel very proud that they're in my constituency. My favourite dinosaur is this one. He's an Iguanodon. Partly
The standing
because of the
iguanodon,
history
as
of
it's
the
called.
dinosaur. Back when they were first built, there was a tea party inside of the dinosaur, and that's an image that really sticks with me, the image of there being a tea party in the dinosaur.
The famous New Year's Eve party. And this also, and this is what we're, what we're reproducing today, this tableau. But you look at that and you wonder, how did they fit all those people in there? Like, what? And Mark Whitten actually talks about this in his talk. I think. Let me see if I can find that clip.
A replica of
Here we go.
also familiar with these are the guy that we look to as maybe really first getting the full potential of what paleo art could be and bringing it to the people in what he did here at Crystal Palace. So these are
Happy New Year's Eve to you too, Toad Discovery.
I'm sure many of us are also familiar with the New Year's Eve banquet that took place inside the clay mould of the standing iguanodon. So what you've got here is a whole bunch of gentlemen from the Crystal Palace Company, academics. The sculptor, Richard Owen, is sat here, and there's a table going off into the distance. So if you ever wonder how you get something like 25, 29 people inside an iguanodon, they kind of cheated a
How did they get 29 people into the iguanodon? Because clearly, you know, it's not that big. This is life size. So the way that this works is, in order to make the full concrete model, they didn't start with the concrete model. First, Benjamin Waterhouse Hawkins sculpted the whole thing life size in clay as a temporary model. And then, using that, he made molds. Well, he made molds of the whole thing. So he's getting the shape and all the details and everything exactly right. And then you make a mold around the exterior. And then from that mold, you can do an exact replica, but in much stronger stuff that'll stand the test of time. So they were having the banquet not in an unfinished model, but in the clay model that was supposed to be temporary. This is a thing that was sort of slapped together last minute. Like they weren't originally planning on having a whole New Year's banquet in this, but somebody came up with the idea as a publicity stunt, and it was wildly successful. So they have to slap this thing together in like a week, and so I guess they just hollowed out one of the clay models like this for seating space, and yeah.
a bit. So if you were, in the elite circles, you're probably sat in the iguanodon itself. If you're not quite so elite, you're maybe shoved onto the table on the side. Apparently everyone did squeeze in for sort of toasts and things. So this is quite a famous, eccentric Victorian story associated with the Crystal Palace dinosaurs that many of us will know.
So again, when you look at that illustration, you can kind of see the table back there. See? There's a table that's jutting out backward, so straight away from the viewer in this photo. So there's somebody there at the head of the table. That might even be Owen over there. and then you see a line of folks on either side, and then you have the elite people who are actually seated in the Iguanodon itself. Does that make sense? So I've always wondered about that since I was a kid. Like, how do you fit all of these people into this cramped little, not little, but this cramped mold of this dinosaur? That's how, as they had a table going out from it, so it was kind of T-shaped. Here's the top of the T going horizontally here, the Iguanodon, and then there's the trunk of the T going out away from the viewer here. Does that make sense? Yeah. Worst time in history be sent to the kids' table, says Nizin. I mean, at least you would have been there, you know? This might be the coolest kids' table of all time. I don't know. Pretty neat. Pretty neat.
I really love the ichthyosaur down there because he was all covered in vegetation when I first came here in June, and my first
Hey, Glitch Witch plays. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Happy New Year's Eve to you.
Personal connection with him now.
The first one when you come over, Megalosaurus, you know, it's so impressive, isn't it? So impressive, yeah. And I think that's the use on all the images because it is an impressive one, yeah.
Any one of them, when I start looking at that form, just becomes my favorite in that moment. The scales and the way the faces are, the eyeballs. Basically, I can get excited about every single one of these sculptures.
They've been through the wars, they've been painted funny colours. So yeah, they've put up with a lot. So I guess it would have to be those four over there. I'd have to take all four of them, my desert island dinosaurs.
It's really hard to pick a favourite for me now. The easiest thing I can say is my favourite is whichever one I've been working on or studying and focusing on at the time. The Meg, because of everything that has happened, is always going to be incredibly special. I feel very protective towards the Megalosaurus in particular.
There is something about them, and I can't quite put my finger on it verbally, but when you're next to them, you know. They are simultaneously scary. They've got big, sort of scary teeth and googly eyes, some of them. But then they also look quite funny.
Yeah.
The iguanodons kind of look
charming.
like iguanas. The labyrinthodons look like sort of toothy toads. I mean, there's this sort of familiarity about them, and yet they're kind of scary. They are the kind of thing that you would encounter in a dream that's kind of a partial nightmare, partial comedy, that you wake up slightly laughing after having interacted with them, but also believing that it might actually kind of be real and they could actually be alive. There's a little bit of something, you know, alive about them.
The Crystal Palace dinosaurs have been seen by millions of people. They're in a public park in South London. People walk past and see them, kids love them, and you can get up close from time to time. But they're in need of care. People might think big concrete monsters, nobody cares, they'll last forever. Absolutely not. Bits fall off, they naturally decay. And it's important to remember in their early days they were brightly painted. And over the years they have been cleaned and repainted, but that paint doesn't last very long. So the Friends of the Crystal Palace Dinosaurs is a wonderful and charitable organisation. They have been around for a long time, looking after the dinosaurs, negotiating with the local authorities, raising heritage funds and relying on the general public. So it's a fantastic job they do, and their work is needed, and we need the dinosaurs to survive another century or two.
Agreed. Beautiful. Following a successful crowdfunding campaign, the swing bridge was installed in January 2021. Take a look at that. Super cool. It now provides controlled access to the island for maintenance work, volunteering activities, and guided tours. I would love to be able to go there for a guided tour at some point and maybe even live stream it in the next couple years. Maybe this next year, 2026. I got some invitations to come back to London and do some streams. Maybe this could be part of it. Very cool. Yeah, and there you go. They've reconstructed the Paleotherium. July 2023 it was unveiled. This is one that had been missing for a long time, and I guess it had been reconstructed from photographs, digitally sculpted, and then made life-size again. Paleotherium. I love this. Paleotherium nowadays. Yeah. I think it would have looked something like this. This is one of these South American critters, right? Paleotherium? What is it related to? Is it a notoungulate? It's an equoid, okay. Yeah, so it's a relative of horses. But it's reconstructed here like a tapir, essentially. Which is not too far. Tapirs are also perissodactyls, like horses are. Timmy KC says it looks like a cross between a capybara and a horse. Yeah. Yeah. It's got that proboscis on the front. Yeah. Which, I mean, they really make it look like a tapir, which is funny. Yeah. Cool. The original Paleotherium Magnus sculpture, along with many others, has been missing for decades. Yeah. In March 2024, Bromley Council announced a $17.5 million project, to restore and improve Crystal Palace Park, including the geological court and its sculptures. Awesome. 170 years since their unveiling, the Crystal Palace dinosaurs remain one of South London's most beloved and unique attractions. Very cool. I'll give you a link to this. Again, this just came out this year. Really happy about this. Glad it's finally out. I've been hearing about this documentary for a while. So, it's good stuff. Very cool. Very, very cool. I'm so glad I was able to share that with all of you. Really lovely. Let's take a quick look at another video on their restoration. This is from November 2025, just last month. Take a look at this, just a minute long. In fact, actually, shoot, before we do that, here's... Is this it? Here we go. A rare YouTube short that's actually
Have you ever seen
quality.
a dinosaur get a steam clean? As part of the restoration of Crystal Palace Park in South London, the Victorian Crystal Palace dinosaurs are getting a clean-up.
Yep.
The careful removal of excess paint and defective
This is happening right now.
will allow for repairs before they are repainted in colours close to how they would have first looked in the 19th century.
So when I was in England last month in November, with a group of other paleontologists, we were really hoping to visit here, take a tour of the Crystal Palace dinosaurs, and we were told that would not be possible because this intensive work was going on right then.
The dinosaur sculptures date from the 1850s and were one of several attractions built around the no longer surviving Crystal Palace. They were the first attempt in the world to accurately reconstruct the dinosaur species known to the scientific world at the time.
Yep.
Let us know what you think of this dynamite makeover.
Cool stuff. Yeah. So cool. Who knows? Maybe in 2026 we'll get a chance to visit. Maybe even do a stream from there. Who knows? You know? I'd love to be able to go back to the UK this next year, and we'll see. We'll see. But anyway, With that having been said, I gotta make sure that I get some decent rest and get over this little cold or whatever it is that I've got right now. So, here we go. I will bid you all adieu. We'll start our end credits in just a minute here. Don't go away just yet. We're going to raid into somebody else doing some science, if at all possible. But a very happy new year to all of you. We had an incredible stream today. Holy cow. We had like 143 new subscriptions, gift subscriptions, and first-time subscriptions today.
You have to remember, dinosaurs and human beings lived on the Earth at the same time.
Oh boy.
What, like the Flintstones?
Proper response right there. Thank you, Mama Bon Bon, for the 47 months. Cheers, and Happy New Year. We've got so many exciting things coming up in 2026, and I'll be talking about that a bit more tomorrow when we do another stream, and we'll do Thursday Birds Day as well. So until then, here we go. Let's commence our wrap-up procedure now. There we go. And put a Deinonychus skull underneath. Who else is doing some science on Twitch at present? Let's see. Who have we got? Looks like Science Streams is streaming right now. Looks like Reiko's wrapping up. We'll go ring in the new year with Balint and Lita over at Science Streams. Looks like they're both on camera right now. What a treat. So Balint and Lita are both active research scientists, molecular biologists and geneticists, and they do really, really cool science outreach here, so we're going to go hang out with them. Ring in the new year with Science Streams. Everybody, thank you so much for such a phenomenal stream today. Everybody who gifted a sub, or multiple subs, or contributed to the Ko-Fi, thank you again, Reagan Nation. Thank you to everybody who supports this channel financially. Thank you to everybody who watches, everybody who raids in, everybody who asks questions and participates in the chat. That all means a great deal to me. And of course, the moderators who keep this a safe and welcoming community for everybody.
The world's first armored.
I could not do this without you, mods, and I appreciate you.
That trunk is completely covered with thin, bony plates.
And Reptilian Space Pope, thank you so much for the 10 gift subs there. I really appreciate that. Holy cow. Spectacular. Thank you, thank you. Oh, we gotta go raid into science right here. Right after this Tinamu explodes. So, well. Let's go raid in. Happy New Year, everybody.